You are unmuted.
Please be seated.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All rise. Jurors entering. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do for the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Representative of the law of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Morning, jurors. Morning. Hope you had a nice weekend, everyone. Jurors, we'll start today with the 4 questions. Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and or access any news media?
Yes.
And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
Thank you, jurors. With that, we're ready to begin our today's work. All of the jurors have responded in the affirmative yes to each of the questions. We'll have the witness back on the stand.
Thank you, Ron.
Morning. Dr. Atkinson, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is that an image of the bag of rugs that you had the opportunity to examine at OCME?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth will seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is file number P10900001. No objection.
The next image, P109000, is that what you said?
0001.
0001 is now in evidence as exhibit 181. Thank you. And jurors, we had a change in staff over the weekend and for the rest of the trial. Ms. Blankenship is going to be the court reporter. I know you only see the back of the person, but welcome.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish.
Pardon me?
May the Commonwealth publish the exhibit.
Sure can.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number P10900001? So, Doctor, directing attention to the image on the screen, what is the significance of the 230493 at the bottom?
That is the OCME case number. So 23 was the year 2023. And then that was the number of cases we'd had up to that point.
And so, Doctor, your numbers, are they the same as the crime lab numbers?
No.
Okay. And if we could take that down, thank you. And could we have what was marked as exhibit 180 from Friday? And for the record, this is file number PC 110198. Doctor, directing your attention to the screen for Exhibit 180, what were the observations you were able to make of this piece of carpet?
This piece of carpet has a large area of red-brown stain on it, and in the middle of this stain was an approximately 1/4 inch long, what looked to be a blood clot.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. So, doctor, what is a blood clot?
A blood clot is just blood that has solidified or clotted.
And how were you able to make the determination it looked like a blood clot? What was it that about it that gave you that indication?
It's the correct color, shape, consistency of a blood clot. I've seen thousands of them.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a close-up of the blood clot from that section of carpet?
yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110197. No objection.
Photo PC 110197 is now in evidence as Exhibit 182. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 182?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110197? So, doctor, that's the close-up of the blood clot that you identified?
Yes.
What did you do with that blood clot?
I saved that blood clot in a jar for possible future DNA analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. How do you save it in a jar, sir?
You place it into a plastic jar, and then I believe, freeze that jar afterward.
Now, Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm showing you two images at this point in time. Are those fair and accurate depictions of the next section of carpet you had the opportunity to analyze or look at that day at OCME?
Yes, this was the largest piece.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter the next two photographs as exhibits.
What are the,
File numbers?
yes?
The first would be PC 110204, and the second would be PC 110217. No objection.
Those two photos now identified by the Commonwealth by their P number are in evidence as 184 and 185.
That's what I have.
Thank you for the correction, 183 and 184.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth may publish these next two exhibits.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 183, which is PC 110204? Doctor, directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 183. What observations did you make of this carpet while it was being unrolled?
I observed the same types of red-brown stains on the carpet. There were also more areas of clotted blood, and there were also areas with white, clumpy, powdery substance. Some of it was discolored from the fluid that was on it.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 184, which is PC 110217? So close. And doctor, is this the same section of carpet?
Yes.
And now, doctor, on this section, were you still able to observe the red-brown staining and the white substance?
Yes.
In addition to making these observations of the white substance, did you identify anything as far as potential hairs?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Your Honor, can I go?
Yes.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes,
Is that a collection of hairs that you saw on that section of carpet?
it is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter PC 110243 as the next exhibit.
It's in evidence now as 185, 110243.
Your Honor, the court commission may Commonwealth publishes it in 185.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110243? Doctor, directing your attention to exhibit 185, what did you do with this collection of hairs?
I collected all the hairs that I could find on the piece of carpet, and including this clump, and I put them in an envelope, an evidence envelope, and sealed it and signed it.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Doctor, besides making observations of the section of carpet as far as what you saw on it, did you have the opportunity to go through that material and find any objects in it?
Yes.
Yes.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a close-up of the section of carpet with a hand holding a ruler that you had the opportunity to examine OCME?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110208.
No objection.
Photo with that ID is now in evidence as 186.
Your Honor, would the Court Commission and Commonwealth publish exhibit 186?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110208? So, Doctor, directing your attention to this image, whose hand is that?
That is my hand with a glove.
And what is the ruler next to?
Just above the ruler, you can see a metal item that has a loop on one side. It appeared to me to be some sort of jewelry charm without a chain attached.
And Doctor, around that area, is that white substance, is that what you were talking about as the white powdery substance? And I don't want to misstate you if it's not powdery, but what is that? Was that what you saw that day?
Yes, almost all of these clumps are that same powdery, clumpy substance. Some of them look red and brown and tan, probably because of the liquid that made them clump.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Thank you. Doctor, what did you do with that piece of metal that you found?
I photographed it, and I also placed it into an envelope and saved it for evidence.
May I approach you?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a picture of the piece of metal that you photographed by an envelope?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have image file number PC 110245 as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
110245, that image is in evidence as 187.
With the Court's permission, Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 187?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have PC 110245? Thank you. So, Doctor, is this the photographing of the piece of metal that you spoke of?
Yes.
And that envelope, is that the envelope you put it into that's in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Doctor, there's gloves beneath you. You can put those on. Doctor, I'm handing you a glassine envelope. I'm going to ask, do you recognize the envelope that's inside the glassine envelope?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to look inside that paper envelope this morning?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same paper envelope that you put the piece of metal in at the OCME?
Yes.
And the yellow sticker on the exterior of the envelope, what is that number on it?
That's the same OCME number. That was the number of this case.
And on the front of it, do you recognize the writing on the front?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
That is my handwriting describing what this was.
And can you look inside the envelope and then ask to recognize the object? Do you recognize the object, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the piece of metal that you found in the rug while you were doing your examination at OCME?
Yes.
If you could hold on to it for one moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the glassine envelope that has the paper envelope and the piece of metal inside the paper envelope as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's now in evidence as 188.
Thank you, Doctor. You can put it back inside. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Doctor, did you recognize any writing on Exhibit 188, the piece of metal? Anything that was pressed into it?
Yes, there was an engraving of Gucci on one side.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Doctor, do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
What is that an image of?
This is the plastic container that I saved a large amount of this clumped substance and also all of the blood clots that I found.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, which is file number PC 110222.
Any objection?
No objection.
PC 110222 is now in evidence as Exhibit 189.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 189?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110222? So, Doctor, this container, what did you do with this container?
I put a lid on this container and then we put it in a freezer.
And why do you put it in a freezer?
For DNA analysis, that's the preferred method of preserving the tissue.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Doctor, did you take any other samples that day while you were making your examination of the rugs?
Yes, I did.
What did you take for samples?
I saw in I painstakingly mushed through a lot of this crumbly substance. And there was one area near one of the blood clots that appeared to have some specks of something that could possibly be tissue. The clumped areas appeared to be tissue at first, or possibly tissue, but upon further inspection, it was obvious that none of this clumped powdery material was actually any kind of tissue. But this one area had very small specks of something that I thought might not be the same type of powder. So I put this area, I saved that for looking at under the microscope.
And how do you do that, sir?
How do you save it? Or
Yes, please.
you put it into a cassette.
And do you have to add anything to the substance to put it in the cassette?
No, but you put the cassettes into formalin. It's like formaldehyde that preserves the tissue.
What happens, and now, you did that with the tiny specks. Did you do that with any other items that day? Make formalin, put things into formalin?
No, I saved the blood clots mainly for DNA testing.
And if I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Huh? You may.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross exam.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You used the word a moment ago on direct examination. You painstakingly went through some of the material that you found on the rug.
Yes.
And you did that very carefully.
Yes.
You were paying close attention because that's how you're trained and that's what you do.
Correct.
I want to just talk to you, the beginning here, about your position. You are a deputy chief of the medical examiner, correct?
I am no longer the deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay, I'm looking at your CV and I'm wondering if it's just an older one.
It must be an older one, yes.
Okay, can you tell us, sir, what you are now? What's your title?
I am a medical examiner
Okay.
now.
When did you stop being deputy chief?
I served as deputy chief from 2018 until 2022.
So when you were the deputy chief and now when you're, I want to say simply a medical examiner, you're still doing very important work. Were you doing this type of work that you're doing as a medical examiner in your role as a deputy chief medical examiner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And there's a lot of responsibility attached to being a deputy chief medical examiner as well as just a medical examiner.
Sure.
And once again, my use of just a doesn't imply anything. I hope you know that. Can I ask you something then? Knowing now that this might be an older CV, are you now, or were you once, a member of the Massachusetts Commission on Medical Legal Investigation?
Yes, I was.
But you're no longer.
Correct.
And when I say no longer, that position is basically time controlled by the statute that created that commission. Is that fair to say?
I have no idea.
Okay. How long were you on the commission?
I think it was approximately the same, maybe a year in either direction of when I was deputy.
And that commission was created by statute to promote the use and skills of the medical legal investigation of deaths, correct?
Yes.
And you and other people assigned to that commission did the important work of trying to ensure that medical legal investigations are thorough and exacting and reliable.
Correct.
And on that commission, there are police officers, law enforcement, district attorneys, medical examiners like yourself, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that phrase means, medical legal investigation?
Sure. It refers to any type of medical investigation that has the potential to also involve the legal system.
Okay. And that's what medical examiners do. They get involved in the legal system because they're trying to determine cause and manner of death, correct?
Correct.
Now I look at your CV and I see that you have published in the area, certain medical related areas, correct?
Yes.
And the journals that you published in are well respected and peer reviewed. I mean, they're important journals.
Sure.
And I see that on your CV, you also list on this CV, under the abstract title, two presentations that I think are characterized as posters, correct?
Yes.
And when we say posters, we're literally talking about physical posters, correct?
Yes.
And the information on posters, it's equally important. It helps educate people. You're providing very valuable information to people, regardless of the form that it takes, correct?
Correct.
And either while you were a deputy chief medical examiner or in your capacity now as a medical examiner, do you participate in lectures, or sometimes they're called rounds, with your colleagues and discuss aspects that pertain to your work?
Yes.
And people present during those lectures on particular areas of either evolving forensic pathology or just what you're experiencing within the office itself, correct? Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And I think you testified on Friday that you have completed 1,000 or more autopsies. Did I hear that right?
Yes, I said 1,500, more than 1,500.
Oh, I shortchanged you. I apologize. That's a lot of autopsies, isn't it?
Sure.
And he told us on Friday that it can be a relatively short period of time, or an autopsy can take as long as a day or more.
Correct.
And when you're doing an autopsy, you told us on Friday that you're trying to determine, the manner of death. That's one of the goals of your examination during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that the Office of Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts does is that it's responsible by law to investigate various forms of death, correct?
Correct.
And that includes death by accident or unintentional injury, suicide, correct?
Sure.
And it includes death that is under suspicious or unusual circumstances, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it includes death that may occur if somebody's in jail custody or something like that, correct?
Correct.
It also specifically includes a requirement that you investigate sudden death, correct?
Correct.
And it requires that you investigate sudden death when the decedent was in apparent good health, correct?
Correct.
And that phrase that I just used, sudden death of the decedent who was in apparent good health, that is contained in the statute that applies to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
And so the statute and what you do as a medical examiner, you have to investigate where there is a suspicion or information that suggests that someone suddenly died, correct?
Correct.
And specifically where somebody suddenly died that otherwise looked like they were in good health, correct?
Correct.
And that statute requires that certain people, like police officers, physicians, hospital administrators, licensed nurses, DCF social workers, funeral directors, they are required by that statute to report that information to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Or they could be fined under the statute, right?
I don't know that for sure, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you. So now turning to just manner of death. Manner of death can be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, a manner of death can be classified as accident, correct?
Correct.
Suicide,
Yes.
homicide,
Yes.
and then there's a category of undetermined or could not be determined, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that a determination, or I'm sorry, a manner of death that results in a classification of undetermined is a classification when the information pointing to one manner of death is no more compelling than one or more competing manners of death after considering all the information you have?
That is correct.
So you are familiar, aren't you, Dr. Atkinson, with the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes.
Sometimes it goes by the acronym of NAME, M-A-M-E.
Correct.
You're also familiar with their 2002 publication, A Guide for the Manner of Death Classification, correct?
Yes.
And it's that particular document is kept at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it? Like it is in many offices, correct?
It's on the internet. That's where I usually look at it.
So it's available to look at for medical examiners when they're just reviewing some of the material that's in that 2002 publication.
Yes.
It also lists specifically those 4 manner of deaths that we just talked about.
Yes. And others.
I'm sorry, I had to cut you off.
And others too.
And others. And then that guide goes through anecdotal, or, it's my word, not yours, but it goes through examples of what types of causes of death may result in certain manners, correct?
Correct.
And a cause of death is different than a manner, isn't it?
Yes.
And so as your role of medical examiner, you will not only determine the manner of death, but you also will attempt to determine the cause of death.
Right.
And some of that information finds its way specifically in, for instance, a death certificate applicable to some individual, correct?
Yes.
It's very important to evaluate all the information you have before reaching a conclusion as to manner of death and causation, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, doctor, that without a physical body, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner cannot make a finding of either manner of death or cause of death?
Without what? Sorry.
With a body, with a
Without a
physical
body?
body.
Generally, we don't do that. No.
Okay. Now, that 2002 guidelines, and it's current. In other words, there hasn't been a new issue. It's still current and it's published in 2002, correct?
Correct.
It does include, like you said, examples of causes of death, and then tries to tell the reader, this is an example of a cause of death that could be considered a certain manner of death, correct?
Yes.
And I think it goes through, if you recall, multiple paragraphs, up to like 44, 46 different paragraphs of examples, correct?
Correct.
And it actually includes things like characterized as cathecoronary, upper airway food obstruction, correct?
Correct.
It goes through, it gives an example of death by fear or fright, right?
Correct.
It includes an explanation of death resulting from autoerotica behavior or consensual atypical sexual behavior, correct?
Correct.
And it goes on to say, just as an example, specific to that cause of death, autoerotic behavior, it talks about that causation as being, in large part, considered accidental death.
Specifically, autoerotic asphyxia. Yes.
Okay, autoerotic asphyxia. Can you tell the jurors what asphyxia is?
Asphyxia is anytime oxygen is deprived from parts of the body. In the case of autoerotic asphyxia, it's due to a ligature compressing the neck vasculature or the blood vessels in the neck.
Now, I just want to talk to you for just a little bit about some of the causes that are considered to be causes of sudden unexpected death. We can agree, can't we, that sudden unexpected death is a rare occurrence?
Sure.
Well, is it rare, or does it happen more often than
Any
rare?
possible cause? It's pretty rare, I would say. Sure.
Okay, and there's any number of causes of sudden unexpected death, isn't there?
Very many, yes.
Okay. And those causes for sudden unexpected death, they are known within the forensic pathology world, aren't they?
Yes.
And are they known to a lesser extent in the non-forensical medical arena?
Sure.
And it's fair to say that based on your experience and training and knowledge of sudden unexpected death, you wouldn't expect that just a layperson would really understand sudden unexpected death. That is the parlance of educated people like yourself.
Objection.
Overruled. He can answer if he can.
I'm not totally sure what you mean. People understand certain causes of death.
Okay, what about in the specific area of sudden unexpected death?
Depends on the cause of death. I think most people understand what injuries are. Most people understand what a heart attack is.
Okay. You would agree that sudden unexpected death can occur then as a result of cardiac causes,
Yes.
of pulmonary causes,
Yes.
of vascular causes,
Yes.
reflexive causes,
Yes.
of asphyxial causes,
Correct.
and even toxicology causes.
Yes.
And sudden unexpected death has been observed to occur both in young people and old people,
Sure.
and middle-aged people.
All types of.
It occurs male and female.
Yes.
And there's some causes associated with sudden unexpected death that may be seen in experience that they occur more in the male population than the female population.
Yes.
One of those sudden unexpected death causations is the Brugada syndrome, correct?
Correct.
And without going into any great detail, the Brugada system is simply where somebody reportedly, and correct me if I'm wrong, basically lies in bed and dies and then utters something.
I don't think that's necessary. It's a channelopathy. That's a usually genetic mutation, or a mutation that you get from your parents that affects the ion channels in the heart, and it predisposes someone to a sudden arrhythmia. An arrhythmia is just an electrical disturbance of the heart.
All right. And
It doesn't have to happen at night, and I don't know about the utterance part.
okay, I apologize. In any event, sudden unexpected death can occur in individuals that otherwise appear to be healthy before the sudden death.
Yes.
And in fact, that's one of the references we've already talked about within the statute that we just talked about a minute ago. That sudden death occurring in someone that otherwise didn't have any manifestation of a physical illness or problem.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that based on your knowledge of sudden unexpected death, that it also occurs, sometimes the sudden death itself can be the first manifestation that somebody had a problem.
Correct.
And there are certain triggers associated with sudden unexpected death, and those triggers can include exertion, physical exertion.
I'm confused. Are you talking about any kind of sudden unexpected death, including
I'm talking about it as
injuries? You can die unexpectedly and suddenly from almost any type of cause of death.
okay. When I'm asking you these questions, and if I'm not doing a good job, you correct me, but I'm talking about, for instance, sudden unexpected death where there is really no prior manifestation of a physical problem before someone experiences sudden unexpected death.
Are you talking about a natural cause of death?
A natural, yes, not a death resulting from anything other than something natural and internal. Yes.
Okay. And what was the question again? Sorry.
So a sudden unexpected death, given that characterization, the trigger for such a sudden unexpected death can include physical exertion, correct?
Yes.
But it also can occur without any particular physical exertion, correct?
Correct.
And it can include, for instance, in trained athletes who have been trained to do sports. It happens there too, correct?
Yes.
And it can happen as a result of sexual activity, for instance.
Correct.
And it can happen as a result of illness or stress, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, it can happen, if you know, sir, it can happen as a result of travel or extended travel or things like that in a person.
Sure.
Now, it's true, isn't it, doctor, that when we use the phrase sudden unexpected death, The death that we're talking about, and once again, I'm glad you corrected me, that we're talking about just natural death, natural causes, that a sudden, unexpected death can happen suddenly, but not necessarily instantaneously. Correct?
Depending on which type of disease would cause it, yes.
So, for instance, that example you talked about, if someone develops in a natural way a lethal arrhythmia, an example of a ventricular fibrillation, it could result in death, correct?
Yes.
And that mechanism, I'm going to call it a mechanism, but you tell me if it's different, that the heart chambers quiver and they fluctuate, and that's what causes the fibrillation, right?
Yes, it's an electrical disturbance that makes it so that the heart stops pumping.
And at times when you examine someone who has experienced this on an autopsy, you actually don't see, and I'm not talking about you personally, but I'm talking about medical examiners related to this, you don't see any structural defect in the heart.
Of people who have died from natural causes?
Yes, yes,
From a cardiac dysrhythmia?
yes.
You can't diagnose a cardiac dysrhythmia unless the person died while attached to a cardiac monitor that can see the actual dysrhythmia happening. In fact, most cardiac dysrhythmias, you do see something structural in the heart. The one you were talking about before, Brugada syndrome, several others like long QT syndrome, will not have visible, even under the microscope, signs.
You just used the phrase long QT. Could you just define that for the jury?
That's another channelopathy that affects the ion channels in the cell membranes of the cardiac cells.
And let's just stick to the case of a ventricular fibrillation and someone who suddenly dies as a result. It's fair to say that during that process that they can continue to look and appear as if they're making movements, that they might be conscious, but in fact, their body is dying and they then experience sudden death.
Usually if you're having a cardiac dysrhythmia, you can have movements, seizure-like activity, but usually you're not looking like a normal person would.
Okay.
And it's very quick.
And sometimes in your experience as a medical examiner, you've had reports where people talk about the minutes before or the short time period before someone experienced sudden death, and they talk about the way they were moving or they were even walking, but they might have been mumbling, and then they die. And they describe those behaviors to you, don't they?
Occasionally we'll get something like that reported to us.
Okay. And you listen to that information, and being the trained medical examiner you are, then you consider that information in the context of the sudden unexpected death. You just include the information because you are interested in getting all the information you can.
Correct.
And once again, sudden unexpected death can result from vascular catastrophes. That's my word.
Sure.
And those catastrophes can be aorta dissection, aorta rupture, or an aneurysm, correct?
Among many others, yes.
And this sudden unexpected death in this area can be the result of acute squeezing of a particular body part.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
In medical terms, tamponade?
A cardiac tamponade?
Yes.
Cardiac tamponade happens when there's bleeding
Okay.
into the pericardium. That's the sac, a membranous sac that surrounds the heart. And when enough blood gets into that sac, it displaces the heart and doesn't allow the heart to open up. It basically stops the ability of the heart to pump.
Now, I just want to move on to another simple cause. Are you familiar with the phrase, I'm sure you are, sudden arrhythmic death syndrome?
Yes.
And it's accurate to say that sudden unexpected death with a normal hearted autopsy accounts for 5 to 10% of young adult sudden deaths.
Of natural deaths?
Of natural deaths, yes, sir.
Yes.
And now I'm not going to get this one right, but are you familiar with the acronym of CPVT?
No.
Catecholaminergic tachycardia. I probably butchered that up. Does that ring a bell?
Catecholaminergic?
Thank you. Yes.
I still don't know what the other 2 letters stand for.
Okay. Polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. I said it wrong again, but
That's probably another dysrhythmia.
okay.
Or tachycardia is a fast heartbeat.
Now, once again, in these types of causes of sudden unexpected death, in each one that we just briefly described, in each one of the cases, the person who then experiences sudden death can be viewed in the moments, whether it be minutes or a few minutes or seconds, they can be viewed by someone observing them as still moving or at times even talking until death results, correct?
Correct.
Then there are neurological causes for sudden unexpected death, correct?
Sure.
And they are arrhythmia linked. Am I right in saying that? They're linked to arrhythmias.
They can be.
And they're linked to hemorrhaging and stroke and things like that.
Sure.
And people can experience sudden unexpected death as a result of a neurological cause where they have up to that point not manifested any physical manifestation of illness, correct?
Correct.
Once again, moving on, there's pulmonary causes of sudden unexpected death, aren't there?
Yes.
And for instance, massive pulmonary embolism is the leading cause of sudden unexpected death in young adults, isn't it?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is one of those causes of death that can result from one of the triggers, including recent travel, right?
That's one of them, yes.
Hormonal therapy.
Yes.
And just moving on to 2 more examples, and we talked about it. There are also asphyxial causes of sudden and unexpected death, correct?
Correct.
Those asphyxial causes of sudden unexpected death, sometimes they're characterized as, they happen when someone is hanging or experiencing strangulation. Is that fair to say?
That is one cause of asphyxia, yes.
But asphyxia can be caused by a positional obstruction, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what a positional obstruction is in this context?
That would be something that either blocks your face so you can't breathe, or something that sometimes a car in a car accident will, or a better example, anything that if you have a heavy weight on your torso, sometimes that keeps you from being able to expand your lungs. This kind of death is called positional asphyxia.
I see. And is it the result of, as part of the mechanism for this is hypoxia results?
That's what happens, yes.
And the hypoxia, could you tell the jury what hypoxia is?
Hypoxia is just lack of oxygen.
And I'm not going to say it right, but I'll try. Vagal reflex pathway, a cause for sudden unexpected death?
Sure.
And that's also related to a form of asphyxia or compression stress?
It can be.
It can be. And can you just tell the jury briefly what the mechanism for that is?
A vagal, that usually causes a cardiac dysrhythmia as well.
Okay, and can that occur when there is some pressure on the vagal nerve.
Yes.
And where is the vagal nerve?
The vagus nerve is in the neck and upper portion of the chest.
So if something is putting pressure on the neck of an individual, that could result in this vagal reflex pathway or vaginal reflex issue that could result in sudden unexpected death.
Sure.
And that sudden unexpected death in that situation can occur, once again, in someone that simply has not manifested any physical problems to the observer.
Right. Until the pressure is put on their neck.
Okay.
Sure.
And Dr. Atkinson, you know Dr. Mindy Hull, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And she is presently the Chief Medical Examiner of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
Correct.
I didn't say that right, but, and you're familiar with the fact that she has in fact presented to your colleagues at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner on causations involving and resulting in sudden unexpected death.
Yes.
And so this topic of sudden unexpected death, you can find it in the research and you can find it in the experience of trained and professional medical examiners like yourself.
Of course.
So just to conclude, we can all agree, isn't it, that sudden unexpected death is rare, correct? Maybe I'm overstating that. I'm sorry.
People die suddenly quite often, but depending on what parameters you're talking about, in a young person that has no medical history, yes, it's rare.
Okay. It's rare for someone without medical history. You see it more often in the forensic setting than, say, someone sees it in just a non-forensic setting. Is that fair to say? Because that's part of your job.
Yes.
And it occurs in individuals who otherwise have never manifested any medical problem.
It can.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right ahead.
Thank you.
Doctor, regarding the vagal reflex pathway and sudden unexpected deaths that result in that, how common is that in a healthy adult female with no medical history?
It depends on, definitely not common at all, but.
And in this case that you were working on, what evidence did you see of someone suffering from an injury to the vagal reflex pathway?
There was no evidence at all in this case of any type of death.
Okay.
Or at least there was no body to autopsy.
So that's kind of a follow-up question to that. There's no body to autopsy. What would you have looked at in the body if you were looking for, say, an issue with the vagal reflex?
Well, something like a cardiac channelopathy can't be diagnosed at autopsy, but it's a diagnosis of exclusion that we only ever would put on a death certificate because it's so rare. If we did a full autopsy that excluded injuries, that excluded toxicology as a possible cause of death, that excluded all the far more likely causes of natural death, like pulmonary embolism or heart disease. So without doing an autopsy to exclude all those things, a sudden arrhythmia disorder is at the very bottom of the list of possibilities.
What would you have looked at in a case to determine if someone died of hypoxia? In an autopsy, what would you have looked at?
That totally depends on what's causing the hypoxia. If it's a hanging or a strangulation, you would look for injuries of the neck, a ligature furrow on the neck. Other types of hypoxia would have other types of findings.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose a pulmonary embolism?
You can actually see the pulmonary embolism. It's a clot that usually comes from the leg veins and goes into the pulmonary arteries. And you can see that inside of the pulmonary arteries.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose some neurological cause of death?
Other than sometimes seizures that have no findings at autopsy, you could see bleeding around the brainstem that is a subarachnoid hemorrhage from a burst aneurysm, for example.
And when you do an autopsy, how do you see the bleeding around the brainstem?
You can just see it with your eyes and take photographs of it.
You earlier described a cardiac tamponade. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was bleeding into the pericardial sac.
Yes.
Would that be painful?
It can be painful.
Now, with this matter, what access did you have to determine a manner of death regarding this case, which was 23, forgive me, I want to make sure I get your number right. Regarding case 230493, what did the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner have access to determine a cause of death?
We did not determine a cause or manner of death.
And why didn't you determine a cause or manner of death?
Because we had no body to autopsy.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed with you, does someone have to have a physical injury in order for these to come on?
No.
So these can occur without a physical injury?
Yes.
And when you've had access to autopsies to make these findings, have you ever seen a sudden unexpected death where there were no injuries?
Yes.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, you reviewed when you have access to a body for an autopsy, what do you get access to as far as medical records?
We investigate where the person might have ever gone for medical care, sometimes from family members that will tell us, and we request records from all of those places. If we don't know that information, we sometimes send out a blind request to a lot of hospitals in the area.
And with some of these sudden unexpected deaths, do you also get access to statements of people who see the decedent right before they die?
Yes.
And so does that help you with the diagnosis?
Yes, it does.
And did you have any access to any statements regarding Ms. Walsh before she died?
No.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed through you, pulmonary, neurological, and the rest, how common are they with a healthy adult female?
How old is this?
39 years old?
They're very uncommon.
And on the effect of travel, there was some discussion of the effect of travel. And how would travel affect someone as far as a sudden unexpected death?
Generally, that refers to travel being a risk factor for pulmonary emboli or deep venous thrombosis, DVTs of the leg. And it usually occurs in very long flights where the person doesn't get up and move their legs.
How common is it in a flight, say that's 90 minutes?
Less common than a longer flight.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
If I heard you right, that sometimes sudden unexpected death that you looked at, there's no injury at all.
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor, you may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call Teresa Marchese.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
I'm going to ask if you can pull the microphone closer to you because it will help keep your voice nice and loud. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Teresa Marchese, Marchese,
Where do you work, ma'am?
Washington, D.C.,
For what company?
Tishman Speyer.
And what is your role at Tishman Speyer?
I'm a managing director in the Human Capital Management Group.
How long have you been with Tishman Speyer?
Over 20 years.
And what are your responsibilities as the director of the Human Capital Management Group?
A variety of areas. We focus on hiring, recruitment, benefits, employee relations, essentially the life cycle of your employment within the company.
And would this touch upon human resources?
Yes,
Now, what is Tishman Speyer's business?
primarily real estate.
I'd like to ask you some questions about Anna Walsh. Are you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes,
When did you first meet Anna Walsh?
when I interviewed her in November of 2021.
And what position were you interviewing her for?
She had applied for a role in Boston, her regional general manager role there.
And was Ms. Walsh subsequently hired?
Yes,
For what role?
I hired her for a role in Washington, D.C.
And why'd you hire her for a role in Washington, D.C.?
We had a role open for quite some time that we were looking for was someone who had a hospitality background, which Anna had, and I thought she would be better suited.
And when was she offered the job in Washington?
She started with us in February 2022 in Boston.
In Boston?
Yeah,
How long was she in Boston for before she transferred to Washington, D.C.?
I believe a month-ish.
Now, in your office space in Washington, and we'll try and let that pass. It's going on. In that office space in Washington, where was Ms. Walsh's desk in relation to yours?
We are in an open floor plan, and so there are 4 seats per quad, I guess. She was about 2 in front of me, I guess.
Now, when she moved to the D.C. area, did you learn where she moved to?
I did.
Where did she move to roughly?
Friendship Heights,
And what was her compensation when she joined Tishman Speyer?
$220,000 base.
And on top of the base, was there potential for a bonus?
Yes.
Now, did she receive any benefits as a result of becoming a member of Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
What did she receive as far as life insurance?
2 times her annual salary.
And what company provided that policy?
We did.
But
MetLife.
MetLife, thank you.
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would enter in the policy, the MetLife life insurance policy for Anna Walsh as they stipulated to.
All right, we're marking it as 190, the MetLife policy for Anna Walsh. Now in evidence.
How much was the life insurance policy for?
2 times her annual base salary.
And are you familiar with who the beneficiaries were of the policy?
Yes.
Who are the beneficiaries?
Her husband and her 3 children.
Now, what were her responsibilities in working at the Washington, D.C. office for Tishman Speyer?
She was hired as a co-head of the property management group.
Okay. And so did she have specific properties she had to manage in D.C.?
She spent most of her time with us at the crossing, but her job was not just that building.
Okay. What other buildings did she have to manage?
Essentially, she had oversight to an extent. She shared it with her counterpart for all of our assets. So there were, honestly, I can't remember at the time how many we have. We're probably 5, 6 now.
Okay. Was there a building called the Mazza Gallery or Galleria?
So Mazza was a development site
Yes.
that we had. It was formerly a mall. Tishman Speyer purchased it under the grounds that we would redevelop, turn it into apartments and some retail.
And did she have any interplay? Did she have any responsibilities over that project?
Yes.
And you had earlier stated the crossing as well?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What type of building was the crossing?
The crossing was a residential apartment building.
Now, in 2022, did the Tishman Speyer offices in DC close for the New Year's holiday?
Yes. So New Year's, our holiday schedule rotates,
Okay.
but I believe New Year's Eve that year we were closed, or it was a floating holiday,
Okay.
and then New Year's Day we're closed.
Okay. And now, when was it the first day that people returned back to the Washington, D.C. offices, if you know?
January 3rd.
January 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, while you worked with Ms. Walsh, was there any problems with her as far as her employment?
No.
Were there any safety concerns for her as far as her employment?
No.
Did she require any physical accommodations while she was employed with you?
No.
When was the last time you saw Anna Walsh?
It was December. It was the 15th, perhaps. We had a women's event in the office.
And at this event in December, I take it was 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And what was her demeanor like at this event?
Normal, happy, social.
And did you see any injuries on Ms. Walsh when you were with her that night or that day at the women's event?
No.
Now, when did you first learn that Anna Walsh was missing?
January 4th.
And how were you alerted that Ms. Walsh was missing?
A coworker came over to let me know that her husband had called the crossing team looking for her.
So with this information, what did you do to try and with this information, what did you decide to do?
I said, I'll reach out to him. Do you have a phone number?
Okay. And what was the name of the person you tried to reach out to?
Brian Walshe.
Now, where did you go to try and reach out to him? Did you call him from your office?
I called him from my cell phone.
Okay. Did anyone go? Did you have anyone with you when you called him?
Yes.
Who was with you when you called him?
The first time I called, Jeff Chod was with me.
Who is Jeff Chod?
At the time, he was the head of our Washington, D.C. office.
And you said you called from your cell phone. About what time did you call Mr. Walsh that morning, January 4th?
Between 10 and 11.
Okay. And did you connect with him?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you about that conversation. What did he tell you in that conversation about Anna Walsh being missing?
So I called, I introduced myself, I let him know who I was. And I just said how, I understand you're looking for Anna, like how can we help?
Okay. And what did he tell you?
He said, so I talked to him multiple times that day.
Certainly.
So I believe in our first conversation, he stated he hasn't seen Anna since the 1st or New Year's Day. And he was looking for her and wanted to see if any of us had heard from her. And he specifically said, we have only gone 24 hours or more without seeing each other once. And the last time she was, I'm paraphrasing, but annoyed with me for, looking for her too soon,
Okay.
essentially.
Now, he said he was looking for it. Did he say why he was looking for her in Washington?
Yes. He had said that there was a building emergency that she was called back for.
Were there any building emergencies in Washington, D.C. for the properties that Anna was managing at this point in time in January of 2023?
January of 2020, that date?
Well, between January 1st and January 4th of 2023.
I can confirm on January 1st, there was not.
Okay.
I'm not sure about
All right.
2nd, 3rd, 4th.
So, but there were no emergencies on January 1st.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're having this conversation with him. Do you offer to do anything during this conversation to help?
Yes.
What did you offer?
I had stated, Anna had shared with me where she lives, and it's not too far from my home. I'm happy to go by and just check to make sure she hasn't fallen.
Now, what was his demeanor like during this first conversation?
He was polite and calm and nice.
And how long was the conversation?
A few minutes.
And after the conversation was over and you had made this offer, what did you do?
A coworker, the one who originally told me about the phone call from the crossing team, offered to drive up with me to the house. And so we did that.
During the conversation with Mr. Walsh, this first one, did you ask him anything about Anna's mental health?
I did.
And what did you ask?
I asked if she had any mental health issues.
And what did he say?
He said, no, we just had a lovely holiday, New Year's with friends.
So I take it at this point in time, you and the coworker went to Anna's home.
Correct.
And about what time do you think you got to Anna's home?
Between 10:30 and 11:30.
Okay. And again, it's your memory that's controlling. So now, when you got to Ms. Walsh's home, what did it look like from the outside? What observations did you make?
Sure. It's a townhome.
Yes.
And so there were steps up to the front entrance. And so if you walk up the steps and you look on the left-hand side, there was an espresso box that was out and it was wet.
Okay. So there was a wet Nespresso box, and had it rained recently? What's this?
Yeah,
What would have affected? What was the issue of the wet Nespresso box?
On Monday and Tuesday it had rained, but on Wednesday it had not. So that led me to believe Anna had not been out of her home.
Okay. So
that day or before.
And I'm sorry I interrupted you. So you see this. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh at this point in time?
Yes. So I notified him about the box. I saw a Google camera, like a doorbell camera or just a camera. And I asked him if he had access to it to check the records.
Did he have any access to it?
He said Anna is the tech one in the family. He does not handle that stuff.
And did you ask him about how to try and get inside the house?
So I remember I believe I turned the doorknob and I told him it was locked. And I looked in the window because there's a glass panel.
Yes.
And just to see if it looked like anything was broken into, and it didn't. The house was pretty immaculate.
Okay.
And so I walked down the steps and there was a garage there. And he said, I have the garage code if you can check.
So were you able to get into the garage with the code?
Yes.
What did the garage look like?
The garage was pretty clean as well. There were a few boxes and a painting.
And was there a car in there at this point?
No.
Besides the boxes, did you see anything as far as seats or anything like that?
Yeah, so I saw either a car seat or a stroller. I don't remember right now.
And now, inside the garage, besides these objects, did you see anything out of order, anything broken or anything like that?
No.
And was there anybody in the garage when you got there?
Was there anyone in the garage?
Yeah, is there any
No.
person in the garage?
No.
And now we're going to compete with the heat. So I'm going to ask you can keep your voice up. All right.
Yeah.
So were you able to get inside the house?
No.
Okay. Why couldn't you get inside the house from the garage?
I just turned the doorknob to see if that was unlocked, and it was in fact locked.
So now you can't get inside the house. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, how are you calling him?
My cell phone.
Okay. And so now I want to ask you about the third conversation.
Okay.
When did this occur?
Either at my home, I believe was the third conversation.
Okay. And so what happened at this? So what happened between not getting into the house to the third conversation?
So on my way up to the house, I had spoken with our global head of security,
Yes. Who's that?
Hugh Dunleavy.
Okay.
He
I'm going to
Brings-
ask you not to tell us what you and Mr. Dunleavy talked about,
okay.
but that you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
Correct.
Okay. After the conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, what did you do?
I conferenced him into our call with Brian.
Okay. So now I want to ask you about that call. So did you conferenced Mr. Dunleavy into a call with Brian?
Correct.
So you'd already called Brian before getting Mr. Dunleavy on the call?
Yeah, I believe that was the second call though.
Okay, the second call. So let me ask you about that second call, because I might have jumped ahead. With this conversation with Mr. Walsh, what was his demeanor like in the second conversation
So when Hugh joined,
prior to Mr. Dunleavy joining?
he was polite and calm and nice.
And what did you tell Mr. Walsh about bringing Mr. Dunleavy into this conversation?
I had said, Hugh is ex-Secret Service and you'll be in great hands.
And what was his demeanor like at that point in time in the conversation?
He sounded like he was crying and said he needed a minute and, very abruptly returned and said, okay.
And so at this point, after that moment, what did you do as far as trying to conference in Mr. Dunleavy?
He was on the phone.
Okay. And so when Mr. Walsh was upset, was Mr. Dunleavy already on the call or was it before he was on the call?
It was when he was on the call.
Okay. So that's when Mr. Walsh became upset, just so I have the timeline right?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened after Mr. Walsh composed himself in the conversation?
I believe Hugh and I started to ask him a series of questions.
Okay. Did you ask him anything about on his car?
Yes.
What did he tell you about on his car?
We asked the make and the model and the color. He told us it was a gray Volkswagen Taos. We asked about the license plate. He did not know the license plate number. We asked if she had an easy pass. I don't recall
Okay.
what he said. I
Did you ask him anything about the house itself?
did. We asked him if he was on the deed or the mortgage, and if we call the police, if he would be able to grant permission to let someone in. And I believe he said he didn't know if he was on he did not know if he was on the deed, but believed Anna was on the mortgage, I think.
Okay. And so did you ask him anything about how Anna traveled to DC?
I did.
What did he say?
So I had asked him myself without Hugh on our first conversation,
Yes.
when he told me that she had to leave for an emergency, and he told me she told him she was flying to DC, and I had said on American, and he said American or JetBlue. I'm not sure which one.
During this conversation with you, Mr. Dunleavy and Mr. Walsh, what did you ask him about calling hospitals?
So back to the second conversation, Hugh and I again asked him how Anna typically came to DC.
Yes.
And at that point, he said he didn't know if she drove, train, car, flew. And I believe he said he thought she flew. Then, proceeding to ask questions, we asked if he has called any hospitals. And I let him know that I had asked someone in our DC office to call the local hospitals in DC. And she had called Sibley, Suburban, and GW, George Washington. And Anna was not there, and recommended he do the same in Boston.
And what did Mr. Dunleavy say to him? What was the conversation of calling the police?
Towards the end of the conversation, when we were going through what friends he may have reached out to, suggesting to call hospitals, Hugh had stated to hang up and call the police immediately.
And now, when was the next conversation with Mr. Walsh? Was this at your home?
Correct.
Okay. So this conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, this is part of conversation 2.
Correct.
Okay. So where did conversation 3 take place for you?
My dining room table.
Why did you go to your dining room table from the Walsh residence?
Sure. So after we hung up, I actually went to Starbucks first and called Hugh to say,
I'm not going to ask you what you said with Mr. Dunleavy. I apologize.
Right.
But what I want to ask is more or less like your movements and where you went. So you went to Starbucks and you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after having your conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, where did you go next?
My home.
Okay. Did anyone go with you to your home?
My coworker that drove me.
Okay. So then you're at your home. When is it, how long are you at home before you have your third conversation with Mr. Walsh?
So it was close to 1 p.m.
Okay. And what was the subject of this conversation? Can you tell us about it?
Yes. I can't recall. I know I spoke 4 times to him. I can't recall 3 or 4 if I called him or he called me, or if Hugh had asked me to call him.
Did he mention anything about filing a police report?
Yes.
What did he say?
So Brian called me to let me know that he had just hung up with the police and they were filing a police report.
And did he say anything about calling Anna's friends or acquaintances?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned he called someone named Alyssa and someone named Amdullah or Abdullah.
Okay. What was his demeanor like in this phone call?
Polite, calm, the same.
The same.
Mhm.
What did he mention about private investigators?
At the end of the conversation, he had said his mother wanted to hire a private investigator.
Overruled.
Okay. And then, now, did you have a fourth phone call with him?
I did.
And about what time do you think the fourth phone call was?
I don't recall.
That's okay. And do you have any memory of the fourth phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What's your memory of the fourth phone call?
Give me a second.
It's okay.
At some point, I know was to text him Hugh's phone number.
Okay.
I know we were talking about the hospitals, friends, private investigator. Yeah, I to be honest, I don't know if the private investigator was on the fourth call or the third, so we might have blended. Yeah.
Understandable. It's been 3 years. Now, ma'am, in addition to having phone calls, did you have any other ways of communicating with the person you thought to be Brian Walshe that day?
There were text messages.
There were text messages. Your Honor, may I approach with Exhibit 163?
You may.
Ma'am, can you take a look at Exhibit 163? It's 2-page. It's front and back.
Okay. No.
Do those appear to be your text messages between you and the number that you thought to be Brian Walsh's?
Yes.
If you could just say that into the microphone.
Yes.
So, when you were texting him and he was texting you, there was a reference to, in the last text, are there Tishman Spire personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks. Did you respond to that text?
I did not.
So that was the last communication you had with Mr. Walsh.
Correct.
Now, were there any further phone calls after that?
After the January 5th text message? No.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So there's no further communication with Mr. Walsh after the January 5th text message.
Correct.
Had you ever talked to Anna Walsh about having the children in DC, her children in DC?
Yes.
What did she tell you about having her children in DC?
We talked a few times about it. I'd say the first time was when she was, taking the offer and moving. We
Yes.
would talk about different areas and schools. And she had said that she would probably bring them down. I think the first time was in the summer, which made sense when they get out of school.
And was there a subsequent conversation about the children coming down after the summer?
Yeah, so I believe in the summer or at an event, we had chatted, and she had mentioned to me that they'd be coming down in September.
And were there any further conversations after September about the children moving down to DC?
No.
Okay. Now, after seeing Anna Walsh at the women's event for Tishman Spire in December, have you seen Anna Walsh since?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross exam?
Good morning.
Morning.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically what you do, Fishman Spire is in human resources.
Yes.
And what was the title that you told the jury?
Managing director.
Could I ask you to speak up?
Managing director.
Attorney Tipton, can I ask you to speak up?
You certainly. I'm not going to move back here. I apologize, Judge. And as part of your role as the Managing Director of Human Resources, you are responsible for, or your office is for keeping track of sick days and things like that of your employees.
We have systems that we use to keep track of days for our employees.
And one of the items of information that you provided to investigators in this case was Anna Walsh's information regarding 6 days she had taken, correct?
A document I provided? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
And that document only goes up to December 7th, doesn't it? It doesn't extend into the full month of December, does it?
I don't recall.
And do you recall that those that Anna Walsh took sick days beginning sometime in December 1st, and her reason for it was attending to her mother's surgery? Do you remember that?
I do not recall if they were sick days or vacation days.
Okay. In any event, did she ever inform you that she was going to go to Dublin?
No.
And so, as far as you know, in all the records you have regarding Anna Walsh, there's nothing to indicate that she ever went to Dublin, as
No.
far as you sit here today.
No.
Okay. And you mentioned the crossing a few times in your testimony. Can you just tell the jury once again, what is the crossing when you refer to that?
The Crossing is a residential apartment building that we own in Washington, D.C.
And how many units does it have? Approximately.
800?
Okay. And is it fair to say that the crossing is considered to be pretty much kind of a high-end residence in the DC area?
It's your standard modern apartment building with amenities and a pool, rooftop pool. If that is high end, yes.
Okay. All right. And it's fair to say that you, if I heard you right, that were your offices at the crossing?
No,
But you mentioned that you were at the crossing at various times.
I did not mention that I was at the crossing various
Okay.
times.
Then I misunderstood you.
I have been to the crossing. Yes.
Okay. And as part of your role as human resource and the managing director, you would be aware of the fact that if there were in fact problems at various buildings, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Are you aware, if I may, when it comes to human resources, is it fair to say that if there's a problem with an employee's performance, human resources would hear about it and deal with it?
Correct.
And if, for instance, the tenants of a particular property that was managed by Tishman Speyer were complaining about something at the properties, and they were complaining about some of the management that was occurring at the properties, you'd hear about it, and you would be involved in trying to deal with whatever problem was being reported.
Human resources team would be involved. Me specifically, not a guarantee.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. You're aware of the fact that on or around October of 2022, there was a Legionnaire health issue that was raised by the Department of Health for the District of Columbia at the crossing.
I had heard that there was an issue with Legionnaires.
Okay. And in fact, eventually at the crossing, on or around October, November, and leading into December of 2022, the Department of Health of DC required that notices be placed at the crossing informing the tenants that there had been 2 cases of Legionnaire's disease associated with the crossing.
What's the question?
You're aware of that, aren't you?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that Anna Walshe was dealing with the Department of Health of DC, dealing with this Legionnaire's issue that had been detected at the crossing?
I am aware that as part of Anna's role, she would interact if this were an issue. I do not specifically know if she emailed, if she spoke to someone, if others were involved. Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked for IDK.
Okay.
And do not read it, but I'm just asking for you to look at it and tell us if you've ever seen that.
So you don't want me to read it out loud, but I can read it to myself.
Yes.
Okay.
Review it to yourself. Do not read it.
Okay. Is there something you want me to look for?
I'm going to ask you if
Okay.
you've had time to review it.
I mean,
And I'm not going to ask you details. I'm just going to ask you one simple question.
sure.
Have you ever seen that letter?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. You could have, but you might not remember.
Correct? Yeah.
And then are you aware that that is posted on, yes or no, posted on the Tishman Spire website?
No.
Are you aware of the fact, and I'm just going to approach Brendan. Are you aware of any tenant association meetings where they complained about the performance of Anna Walshe in conjunction with the information in that letter?
I am aware that there were tenant association meetings. I am not aware that they complained specifically about Anna.
Okay. You are aware, though, if I understanding your answer, that the tenants were complaining. You're just not sure if they were complaining about Anna Walshe.
There were quite a few complaints
Okay.
from the tenants for a variety of issues.
Okay. Dealing with the management of the crossing location.
Various things that happened at crossing.
And does that include? Does that include an issue that arose around the middle part of 2022, where the FBI became involved in the arrest of 2 residents living at the crossing?
What is the question?
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
So just yes or no if you can. Are you aware of the FBI becoming involved, and without going into details about it, the FBI being involved in some arrest of 2 individuals who lived at the crossing?
Yes,
Okay. And once again, that occurred when Anna Walshe was assigned to manage the crossing.
it occurred in April.
Mhm.
I do not remember if Anna was physically there when it happened or if she came within a week or 2 of that, but she was working on that situation with us.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, there are certain benefits, employee benefits that Tishman Meyer Spire provides to his employees, correct?
Correct.
And we already know that you provided life insurance at 2 times their base salary, correct?
Correct.
And the beneficiary on this particular policy involved Mr. Walsh and the 3 boys, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's other benefits that accrue to the employees, like Anna Walsh, and it's health benefits, correct? Health insurance?
Correct.
And in fact, isn't it true that Tishman Spire also offers to some of its employees a discounted rental rate at some of your properties if they choose to live there? They get a little bit of a discount.
Not 100% accurate.
Okay, tell us what, you explain it.
They're at the crossing,
Mhm.
and perhaps, actually, I don't know all of the city's rules. At the crossing, yes, there was a discount provided to 2 employees, I believe.
Okay, so a discount provided if they chose to reside at the crossing.
Correct.
Okay. And there's also, with regards to benefits, and in your capacity as the managing director of human resource, that in fact, you have to kind of set forth what you want as benefits for the next year, so to speak. And that usually occurs around November of the preceding year. Is that fair to say?
Open enrollment?
Open enrollment.
Yes.
Okay. And your policies state that if there is a qualifying change in status, then some of the things like the benefits that your employees receive, like life insurance or anything, something like that, that they can then change some of their benefits. For instance, they could change their beneficiary, they could change their health insurance, who gets health insurance, correct? They can change it.
You're referring to during open enrollment?
I'm actually, yes, well, let's start with that. In open enrollment, yes, I'm asking you that.
Okay. During open enrollment, you can make changes to your medical, dental, vision plan. Life insurance and long-term disability are typically, long-term disability is a one-time deal, typically, when you are hired. There are occasions on certain years where we may work with the carriers to allow employees to have another open enrollment opportunity. I do not recall if that happened on his tenure with us. Life insurance is given to everyone upon hire. There is an opportunity to purchase supplemental life insurance. That is typically upon hire. And then there are some, similarly, we may do an open enrollment for it. And depending on your election amount, it may be automatic or you may be required to do additional questionnaire. And then there are other benefits such as transit or different things along those lines as well.
Okay, now aside from open enrollment in that particular area, if someone needs to change something later on, they could only change it if there was a qualifying change in status event, correct?
Qualifying life event.
Okay, and one of those events includes divorce.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Anna Walsh never brought up, raised, discussed with human resources anything about what would happen if she got a divorce or anything of the sort.
Correct.
Sustained as to form.
To the best of your knowledge, Anna Walshe never came to Human Resources and discussed anything with regards to a divorce and her benefits that she received from Spire. Sorry.
Okay.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that Anna Walshe worked long hours.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
At times, we're not hourly, not everybody is hourly employees. Anna was not an hourly employee. At times, she could stay late or come early.
All right. And she would just be required to manage those properties. And sometimes she had to work long hours, I suppose, to manage those properties and deal with the problems with the properties.
She had a team
Okay.
on site to support. But there are occasions where I'm sure she stayed later or came early.
Was the first time you ever had a conversation that you recall with Mr. Brian Walshe, was that on January 4th?
Yes,
You had never talked to him before.
correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, Brian Walshe had never called Human Resources and asked about what benefits he had or to ask to change the benefits that Anna Walshe had, did he?
Correct.
You mentioned a name of Jeff Chod. I probably said that last name wrong.
Chad,
Okay. What is his role at Tishman Speyer?
he is no longer with the company.
What was his role in 2022?
He was the head of our Washington, D.C. region.
And did he, in fact, work with or supervise Anna Walshe?
Yes,
And would he be somebody that somebody might contact if they wanted to get in touch with Anna Walshe?
not necessarily.
But that would be somebody that worked with her and supervised her, correct?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, do you know if Brian Walshe ever reached out and tried to contact Jeff Chod?
I do not know.
To the best of your knowledge, let me ask it a different way. Was Human Resources and your team, were they also involved in assessing some employees' performance so they would be entitled to receive a bonus based on their performance?
You're asking if the HR team determines bonuses.
Well, let's ask it that way then. You can answer that yes or no.
The
if you
HR
can.
team is part of the process.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fair. And it's a better way of putting it. So let me ask you this. So Human Resources would be a process to evaluate someone's performance to make a determination of whether they got a bonus during a year.
Yes, there's a formal process.
And so complaints about poor performance would have a negative impact or a possible negative impact on someone receiving a bonus.
It could.
It could. And it depends on what the complaint was and what everybody on this team considered and discussed, correct?
Everybody on the HR team
Yes. And
considered and discussed. It's a very broad statement. So are we focused on Anna or just our company?
your company policy in general. I'm not focused on that right now.
Okay. Then what was the question again?
That there's a team put together at Tishman Speyer, and part of their role is to evaluate whether someone's performance warrants them getting a bonus in salary for a particular pay period.
There are multiple people involved. Yes.
And so they evaluate the performance.
Compensation.
Okay. And Anna Walsh, being an employee, would also have her performance evaluated to determine if she would receive a bonus.
Yes.
Can I just have a second?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Brief, Your Honor. And the Friday after Thanksgiving, is that a holiday for Tishman Speyer?
It is a floating holiday, which means typically the corporate office is closed and those employees are not required to work. But there are people in property management and some hourly roles that may be required pending the building leases, essentially.
Could Anna observe that as a floating holiday?
Say that again?
Could Anna Walsh observe the Friday after Thanksgiving as a floating holiday?
She could, yeah.
Do you know if Anna Walsh received bonuses as a result of her compensation at Tishman Speyer?
She did.
And what type of employee was Anna Walsh?
She received, she was a good employee. She was on time or early.
Okay.
She,
And these various complaints from the crossing, did that have any impact on Anna's compensation?
from the tenants at the crossing?
Yes.
No.
What about the FBI raid that occurred within weeks of her starting? Did that have any effects on her? Or her perception as a good employee at Tishman Speyer?
Anna had nothing to do with the FBI raid.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross? The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next, 11:03. Head out for your morning break. Be back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise in the court, please. There's your notebooks. Me.
Does anyone need anything?
Not right now, Your Honor. Perhaps right before they come back, I might have one small issue for the court.
All right, let me know.
All right.
You are unmuted.
You may be seated.
Your Honor, we wait for a second.
Yes? Yes.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
May I proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Come up with recall Davis Gould.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, could you state your name for the record?
My name is Davis Gould, spelled D-A-V-I-S, last name G-O-U-L-D.
And you previously testified in this matter, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. First question I want to ask you, sir, is during your testimony, you stated you went to what crime lab to put the evidence into the limb system?
I stated I went to the Danvers State Police Crime Laboratory.
And subsequently, you had the opportunity to reflect on that. What crime lab did you go to?
The Sudbury location.
Why did you initially think you went to Danvers?
The Danvers location is closest to Peabody. That's the lab I typically respond to after I go to scenes. Sudbury houses larger evidence storage and drying cabinets. So upon reflection, I went to that location in order to submit the quantity of evidence I had for drying.
So speaking of that, I want to ask you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Thank you. I'm putting a piece of parchment paper on the witness bench, and I'm showing you what was marked as Exhibit 131. I'm going to ask you to put on some gloves. Sir, can you state what Exhibit 131 says on the exterior of the bag?
Yes, it says black jacket with pair of black socks and bracelet from bag number 1.
All right. Now, when you were in court the other day and testifying, you didn't pull the black jacket out upon my request. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. Now, that bag, can you open it up and pull out the black jacket?
Yes.
Besides the jacket, sir, which you produced in the bag, is there anything else in the bag?
No.
Okay. You can put the jacket back in the bag. I'm going to grab Exhibit 131 back for you. I'm going to put that over by the evidence. What was done with Exhibit 131, sir?
This item was placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry at the Sudbury Crime Laboratory.
What about the socks and the bracelet?
Those were also placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry.
What was done with the socks and the bracelet that were originally in the bag with the jacket?
After a period of a few days, in order for the items to dry, the evidence control unit repackaged those items that were now dry into their own individual brown paper bags.
All right, I'm showing you now, sir, what was marked as Exhibit 134, brown paper bag containing bracelet. Can you look inside that, sir?
Yes.
Is there a bracelet inside there?
Yes, there is.
Now, what did you do to confirm that that was the bracelet that was from the jacket pocket of Exhibit 131?
The chain of custody in our laboratory information management system, the LIMS program, shows the history of the item going into the drying cabinet and then being taken out after drying several days later and packaged into its individual brown paper bag by the evidence control unit.
And is that a protocol of what happens to an item once it's placed in a drying cabinet?
Correct. That's standard lab policy to then separate the individual items after they're dry.
And did you do anything as far as looking at additional photographs to confirm?
I did, yes.
What did you do?
I looked at the lab photographs from the bench analysis that was done on the large bag labeled black jacket, socks, and bracelet. And the only item at the time of analysis was the black jacket inside of the bag.
And I'm handing you another brown paper bag, and I'm going to ask you to recognize the item inside.
Yes, I do.
Were those the black socks found by the black jacket that were put into the initial bag you packaged in Peabody that night?
Yes, they are.
And what were done with those socks?
Those socks were also placed into a drying cabinet, just like the other two items.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the black socks marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? Black socks are now in evidence as Exhibit 191. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any
No.
cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Hugh Dunleavy.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
So I just have fun, sir.
Yes, you can. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Hugh, middle initial G, Dunleavy, Dunleavy.
And where were you working in January of 2023?
Tishman Spire.
And what was your title at Tishman Spire?
I'm the Chief Security Officer at Tishman Spire.
And what is your current title?
Chief Security Officer.
And what are your responsibilities?
Physical security for the most part. I do a bit of executive protection, crisis management, so forth.
And what have your previous work experience been to obtain the position that you have at Tishman Spire?
Prior to working at Tishman Speyer, I was a Secret Service agent
And how long were you a Secret Service agent?
from till 2014, 1993 until 2014.
And does Tishman Speyer have real estate holdings in DC, and did they in January of 2023?
It does.
And in your work for Tishman Speyer, did you know Anna Walshe?
I did.
How did you know her?
She was a coworker assigned to our DC region.
And where did you sit in relation to Anna Walshe?
It's an open workspace in our DC regional office. Our workstations were probably 10 feet apart from each other.
And what were Anna's specific work projects?
Anna was responsible for our residential properties, specifically in DC.
And were there any specific properties that she was responsible for that you were aware of?
DC Crossing was the major one. In Southeast DC was another property under construction called Mazza Galleria, again, under construction.
And in your capacity as Chief Security Officer, would you be apprised of security concerns for your buildings and employees?
I would.
And in your capacity as the Chief of Security for Tishman Speyer, are you responsible for employee safety and security?
I am.
Would you be aware of threats on employees?
I would, yes.
And were you aware of any specific threats against Anna Walshe when she worked for you?
No.
What happened when you came to work on January 4th of 2023 in regard to Anna Walshe?
Around mid-morning, late morning, started hearing rumblings of, hey, does anybody know where Anna is? We can't find Anna. Sort of looking for Anna Walshe.
And as a result of not hearing or seeing Anna Walshe, what did you do?
Sent Anna a quick health and welfare text message about 10:57 in the morning.
And how did you do that?
Just a text from my phone to hers.
And was that text received?
I couldn't tell if it was received. It normally says delivered or read. In this instance, it did not.
And as you were reaching out via text, were you aware of other people in your company doing things in relation to looking for Anna Walshe?
It was, yes.
And on that same day, at that same time, did you have an opportunity to speak with Brian Walshe?
I did.
And how did that conversation occur?
I have a coworker. Her name is Ms. Teresa Marchese. She works as an executive in our human resources division. Ms. Marchese had been in contact with Mr. Walshe, and she conferenced me in on a call she had with Mr. Walshe.
Do you know what time that call was?
Sometime after 10:57, after the text, late morning.
And so once you were on the phone, that conference call, what was initially said about you?
Just introductions. It was mostly Teresa introducing me to Mr. Walshe as Anna's husband, and Teresa introduced me to Mr. Walshe as the chief security officer. And I believe she said either former law enforcement or former Secret Service.
And what was Anna Walsh's husband's demeanor initially?
Initially, very cordial. Hello, how can I help you? Very calm.
And at some point, did that stay the same or change or something else?
It did. Very quickly when I started asking about Anna, his demeanor changed. He got very emotional, unintelligible, to the point where I had to ask him to calm down so I could just understand what he was saying.
And was he able to do that?
He was, yes.
And how long do you think he was unintelligible for?
It was quick, 20 to 30 seconds at most. He was quickly able to reestablish his composure and began a conversation.
And could you please tell me what Mr. Walshe told you during that phone call? How did that phone call go?
It was, again, very cordial. His demeanor was good. he regained his composure. And when I started asking, hey, when was the last time you saw Anna? What was her location? Words to that effect.
And what did he tell you about the last time he saw Anna?
He indicated he had seen Anna sometime either late on the 31st or early on the 1st of January.
And why did he say she had left?
He indicated that there was a work emergency and that she had left the house en route back to our DC region.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about the amount of time that he had not been in contact with her?
I asked him very specifically when was the last time he spoke to his wife. He said, I noted that it was the 4th of January and the last time he'd seen his wife was on the 1st. So it was 3 days. Is that normal? He indicated it was not atypical for them to not speak for several days. But he was now calling work to find out where she was.
And what, if anything, was discussed about the work emergency?
Again, that was coming from Mr. Walsh. He indicated it was a work emergency. He was non-specific. He didn't know the nature of it. I spoke to Mr. Walsh, said I was unaware of a work emergency that would necessitate bringing Anna back to DC. I said I would check, but I was unaware of any emergency at the residential properties in DC.
Did you check?
I did.
Did you discover a work emergency?
I did not.
What else did you discuss during the course of that conversation?
I asked him how, if he believed his wife was headed to DC, how she got there. Did she fly? Did she take a train? How did she get to the airport or the train station?
And what did he say?
He was unaware. He indicated he did not know.
And what else did you talk about during that conversation?
I asked if he had any mechanism, like most of us have, to find your family in the event of emergency, find my iPhone. I said, do you use that technology with your wife? He said, no, I do not.
What else did you discuss?
I discussed that it was imperative that it was, again, now the 4th. He tells me the last time he saw his wife was on the 1st. It was imperative that he reach out to local law enforcement. I asked him, had he done that? And he said, no, not yet. I told him that he must. I advised him that he should, as soon as we hang up the phone, call his local law enforcement. I asked him what department was the local department. He didn't know. I asked him where he lived. He said Cohasset. And I told him, I said, Mr. Walsh, as soon as we hang up, I'm going to call Cohasset Police Department and report your wife missing. I advise you to do the same.
And what did he say?
He said, I will.
Did you ask him what, if anything, he had done besides call work?
He indicated that he was going to call other family and friends.
Mr. Dunleavy, what name did you use when you spoke with him?
My given name, Hugh Dunleavy.
Do you use any nicknames currently?
Not professionally, no.
So what else did you do in hopes of finding Anna Walsh that day?
Very quickly, other than calling Cohasset Police Department, we did a health and welfare check of Anna's known DC residents. Contacted Washington, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, and I asked 2 officers to meet me there.
And that was that January 4th date?
That was later in the afternoon.
Okay. And so who did you go to the D.C. home with?
Teresa Marchese was already en route there. I advised Teresa not to go in yet, wait for law enforcement. I also took 2 engineers with me to the residence.
And why did you need 2 engineers with you?
With the assumption we knew we didn't have a key, although Teresa indicated she did have the garage code to the townhouse. The engineers were there in the event that we needed to access the interior of the house. They could drill the locks if necessary.
And who did those engineers work for?
They worked for Tishman Speyer.
And at some point, did you again speak to Mr. Walsh?
I did.
And where was that?
Outside of Anna's DC residence.
And how did that come about?
I texted Mr. Walsh based, I believe, on the number that I got from Teresa to have him call me.
And how was his demeanor when you spoke?
Very calm, very cooperative.
And why did you want to speak with him?
I needed consent for the officers to go inside the residence to do that health and welfare.
And so who did Mr. Walsh speak with?
I told them that MPD police officers were with me. I handed my phone to the officers. The officers engaged Mr. Walsh directly, and I'm assuming he gave verbal consent to them yet.
And when you say MPD, can you just define that?
Sure, my apologies. Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, MPD.
Thank you. And after the conversation with Mr. Walsh, what next happened?
They gained access. So a cursory search of the outside of the townhouse indicated no forced entry. They gained access through the garage with the garage code that was provided. The interior garage door was locked.
And then what happened?
They asked the engineers to drill the lock to allow MPD into the residence.
And did that happen?
They did.
And what did the police then do?
I'm sorry, say again?
What did the police then do, sir?
They went into the residence by themselves.
Okay. And where were you?
Myself, Teresa, and the engineers remained outside the residence.
And how long were the police inside?
Not long, I would say 15 minutes approximately.
And did you watch the police come outside?
I did.
And who did the police return outside with?
No one, by themselves.
Did you see Anna Walsh?
I did not.
Did anyone seek assistance that day?
No.
So after the initial text and phone conversation to get into the house, did you have any other communication with Mr. Walsh?
Later in the day, sometime around 5 p.m., he texted me asking if I had found Anna's car.
And was Anna's car at the townhouse?
It was not.
Did you begin an investigation into the location of the car?
I did.
And were you able to locate the car?
I was.
Where did you locate that car?
At DC Crossing, Southeast DC.
And how did you find the car?
We asked the property management staff there to go down to the garage. They were able to locate the vehicle in the garage. We also pulled video evidence of her entering the garage.
And in your capacity, were you able to review that in terms of her being there on a certain date?
I was.
And what date was that?
On about the 30th of December.
Do you remember a time for that generally?
I don't know. It was dark. I don't remember the time.
Okay. In your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of how employees of Tishman Speyer gain access to your buildings?
I am.
And how do they?
Standard access control technologies, whether that's a proximity card or an access device that's on your phone, those access records are date stamped, time date stamped.
And how is that data maintained?
Electronically.
And when is that maintained?
Usually locally on a server at whatever property that these access control records are maintained.
And is that maintained in real time?
It is.
And when was the last time that Anna used her access to a Tishman Speyer building?
On or about the 30th of December.
And in your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of emails, phones, and corporate credit cards issued to employees of Tishman Speyer?
I am.
And are Tishman Speyer employees routinely issued email accounts?
They are.
And what email does your company use?
The domain name is @tishmanspire.com.
And was Anna provided an email?
She was.
And how is that data maintained?
Electronically.
And did you determine the last time that she used her work email?
I did.
And when was that? For a non-recurring account, for a non-recurring email?
On or about, again, the 30th of December.
Okay. And was Anna issued a work laptop for Tishman Speyer?
She was, yes.
And what type of work laptop generally was she issued?
We are generally issued a Microsoft type laptop, not a personal, not a tower, but a laptop.
A laptop. And you said Microsoft, meaning not an Apple product?
No, generally not Apple products or issues.
And did Anna have a corporate phone?
She did.
Are certain Tishman Speyer employees provided corporate credit cards?
They are.
And was Anna Walsh provided a corporate credit card?
She was actually provided 2
Through what?
through American Express.
And did you determine the last time that she used her corporate credit card for a non-recurring charge
Non-recurring is again on or about the 30th of December.
of 2022?
That's correct.
And would you know or be notified if Anna used email or her American Express corporate card?
As part of that investigation, I contacted our IT staff and asked them to notify me in the event that she logged in, used the credit card, tried to communicate it all on our work networks.
And did you keep her car in the DC Crossing building for some time?
Her car was maintained there for some time, yes.
Okay. And what was done with her license plate?
Ultimately, when the car was recovered, we recovered everything, the entire contents of the vehicle, to include the license plates. They were maintained, stored in boxes in our offices until they were released to law enforcement.
Mr. Dunleavy, have you seen Anna Walsh since you began looking for her on January 4th of 2023?
I have not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
Ross? No question. You may step down, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Patricia Patterson.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you just please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Patricia Patterson, Patterson.
And where are you employed, ma'am?
Walgreens,
And which store is that?
the one in Cohasset,
And where is that located?
Cohasset, Massachusetts.
What's the address?
Oh, 767 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Thank you. And how long have you worked there?
24 years.
And what is your role at the Walgreens in Cohasset?
I'm a shift lead.
And what was your role in January of 2023?
Shift lead.
And what are your responsibilities as the shift lead?
Run the store, open, close.
And do you have responsibilities in terms of surveillance systems?
Yes.
Thank you. Maybe if you could just push the microphone a little bit closer. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Thank you. So does Walgreens have a surveillance system at store 118 in Cohasset?
Yes.
And did they in January of 2023?
Yes.
And does Walgreens maintain its surveillance video in good faith?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the cameras at your store?
They're for surveillance to watch people come in and out and make sure nobody steals. And
And do the cameras at your store record in real time?
yes,
And where were the cameras in your store located?
there's one at the front door. There's one facing the front registers. And there's one down near the pharmacy.
And where is the footage stored?
Through a locked door in a locked cabinet.
And who has the code and the keys for all of that?
My boss.
And does the shift lead also have access to that area?
Yes.
And did you allow law enforcement access to your surveillance system on January 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the footage that you allowed law enforcement to access?
Yes.
And did you recognize that footage?
Yes.
And did you also recognize the sales associate in the footage as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize that thumb drive?
Yes.
And I'd ask that you to look at it.
Yep.
I'm going to turn it around.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And what do you recognize on this, ma'am?
That I signed it.
And do you recognize this to be your signature of the thumb drive that you viewed?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 192.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we now play this for the jury.
192 can be published.
Ms. Gilman, I ask you just to stop right there. And Ms. Patterson, I ask if you could just tell me the date and the time on the top.
It is January 1st, 2023 at 15:40.12.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Ms. Patterson, does Walgreens also have receipts?
Yes.
Are receipts provided for customers and also maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Does Walgreens provide receipts and keep them in good faith, not altering them?
Yes.
And when is a receipt created?
Once you make the payment, the receipt comes out.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Patterson, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is the receipt from the day that Mr. Walsh came into the store.
Your Honor, I ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. The receipt from 1/1/23 is in evidence from Walgreens as 193. You may.
Ms. Patterson, what is this receipt for?
It is for anti-itch Band-Aids and Walgreens Max triple antibiotic cream.
And what is the date of the receipt?
1/1/2023 at 3:39 p.m.
And how much is the transaction for?
2102.
And how were the items paid for?
A Visa.
Thank you. And who was the cashier?
Donna.
And was that the woman who was in the video?
Yes.
And who is the operator?
Me, Patty.
And what does that mean?
It means that I printed the receipt.
Thank you very much.
Any cross? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Joseph Caesars.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Joseph Caesars, Cesarz.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at Vin and Liquors in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
How long have you worked at Vin and Liquors?
About 20 years.
And what do you do at Vin and Liquors?
I'm store manager.
And where is Vin and Liquors located in Swampscott, Mass?
It's on Paradise Road or Route 1A, right next to Whole Foods.
And you say right next to Whole Foods. What does it have as far as a parking lot connecting?
Uh-oh.
Everybody up?
We lost our signal.
Just looking at the technology portion.
Hold on one second. I suppose that's what happens when you're in a building that is this age. We need to be a little bit more sympathetic to her age. So we're not back up on the ability to show exhibits. Is that the only thing that's impacted? FTR is running. Sure. You can get up and move about if you wish.
FTR is still on.
What's happened? Yeah, break it.
What happened?
all the necessary essentials are going. That is, FDR is going, our computers are going. What's not going is the screens. So I prefer to just keep on keeping on. And that means that if we have to hand pass, earlier I mentioned to you, or I suggested to one of the lawyers, I don't recall who, that we could do it the old fashioned way. The old fashioned way means you pass it. So that's what we'll do to the extent that it's video. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, sir, I think I was about to ask you, as far as the parking lot for Vin and Liquors, what access does it have to Whole Foods?
It shares the entrance and exit.
Now, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
Yes, he was a fairly regular customer of ours.
Do you see him here today?
I do, yep.
Could you identify him for the court, identifying a piece of art by an article of clothing he might be wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit.
And could you just point to him, sir?
He's right there.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect, the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
How many times have you met Mr. Walshe?
Dozens. He's would come to the store fairly frequently on the weekends.
And when he would come in, would you have any conversations with him?
Yeah, he would kind of hang out and kind of talk with the different managers, and we would all kind of know him. He would spend a little bit more time than a regular customer. He would just kind of hang out. Like
Okay.
he didn't really have anything else to do.
Now, I think we're about to cross the bridge, but I'm going to start trying. Sir, what does your store have as far as surveillance videos for the exterior of it?
We have extensive surveillance cameras on all corners. We have cameras on the loading dock, dumpsters, entrance, and then inside. We have about 40 cameras total.
Now, sir, these cameras, what are they? Are they film or electric, or are they like digital? Are they downloading anything? Where does
Digital. They're downloaded to a server.
Okay, and who has access to the server?
Just myself and the owner.
And I take it that it's downloading to the server immediately as soon as it's recording?
Correct.
And sir, these videos, are they maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they maintained in good faith?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to produce videos to law enforcement in this matter?
I did.
And have you reviewed them before coming in here today?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize this drive I'm handing you?
Yes,
Is that a drive that you reviewed with videos from Bin and Liquors?
it is.
And looking at the backside of the tag, are those your initials on it?
Yes.
The Commonwealth can seek to have the drive with the videos marked as the next exhibit from Bin and Liquors.
Any objection? It's a thumb drive, yes?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Drive from Vinton's Liquors footage is now in evidence as 194.
Your Honor, with the court's permission and with hopefully a working television, could we publish these videos?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm asking you to publish what's labeled as Video Channel 52. Pause, if I may, Ms. Gilman. Sir, where is this in relation to your store?
This is the front of the store, the parking lot.
Okay.
So, yeah, right in the front of the store.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue to play. Ms. Gilman, can we have, and sir, before we play the next video, on the screen, when you look towards the right-hand side, where does that take you as far as the store?
To the dumpster and the loading dock.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as channel 34 at 2 minutes and 15 seconds into that video? And if you could. Ms. Gilman, I apologize, but could we have where it says in the media player 2 minutes and 15 seconds? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, what area is this of your store?
That's a loading dock, dumpster area to the right of the building.
And Ms. Gilman, can we see the file names for these two files? So, sir, on these file numbers, what is the significance of the 2003?
That's a year.
And after 0101, what is that?
That would be the date, New Year's Day.
New Year's Day?
2023. Yeah.
And then after that, 171244, what's the significance of that?
The time. So, yeah, that'd be the time.
And is that military time?
It is.
So would that be 5:12 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, on these videos for New Year's Day, your store, is it open on New Year's Day?
No, it's not.
In fact, are any liquor stores in Massachusetts open on New Year's Day?
I don't believe so.
Now, sir, when was your dumpster emptied after New Year's Day, if you know?
Not really sure. Probably the following Monday or Tuesday. So beginning of the week.
Beginning of the week? And did you recognize anyone in that video?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you recognize anyone in those videos?
Yes, Brian.
And sir, you don't have any footage of Mr. Walsh inside your store from January 1st, is that correct?
No, we were closed.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross. The witness may step down. Thank you. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Cade Reed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
This way. Switch stuff on.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record?
Yeah, it is Cade Reed, Cadereed.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at Lowe's Home Improvement.
What is your role at Lowe's Home Improvement?
I am the District Asset Protection Manager.
And can you tell us what the responsibilities you have as being the District Asset Protection Manager?
Yeah, overall, I'm in charge of supporting the stores in terms of shrink, as well as mitigating any theft or losses, as well as ensuring that compliance with safety standards are upheld.
And do you have a geographic area that you cover?
Yeah, I cover from as north as Lowell, Massachusetts, all the way down to Abington, Massachusetts.
And how long have you been with Lowe's?
I've been with them for 4 years.
And with that time, have you always been the District Asset Protection Manager?
Yes.
Now, with Lowe's, did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from their Danvers store on January 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Now, what does the Danvers store have as far as surveillance video cameras?
Yeah, so we have cameras on the outside of the property, inside of the property, as well as different sort of cameras when it comes to the fixed, which is 24 hours, 7 days a week, pointing down. And then we have pan tilt zoom cameras, which have, they're called PTZ cameras, and they can actually, zoom into something, pan it, tilt it, I can move it whenever I want live.
And sir, do these record in film or is it digital?
It's digital.
And so where does that information go to?
It's into an external hard drive, so I can pull from a variety of different days and hours.
And does anyone else have access to the hard drive?
Yes.
Who else would have access?
Any of my peers as well as my associates.
And this information from the Lowe's and these digital information from the Lowe's and Danvers, is it kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And it kept in good faith?
Yes.
And you're aware that Lowe's produced videos from January 1st of their Danvers store to law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review a composite of those or a collection of those videos together from the Lowe's in Danvers for January 1st?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way other than putting different snips together in one seamless video?
No.
And sir, have you had the chance to review a hard drive with these videos as well?
Yes.
And again, these videos, they did not appear to be altered in any way.
No.
Also, before I enter this into evidence, did you have the opportunity to review a video from the Weymouth Lowe's as well?
Yes.
And Weymouth Lowe's, before I enter this into evidence, does it have surveillance video?
Yes.
Same situation, digital that reports to an external?
Yes.
And who else had this? Did you have access to it?
Yes.
Besides you, who else has access to it?
My associates as well as my peers.
And again, for Weymouth, that's the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And in reviewing the video from Weymouth, is there any alteration of wording?
Yes.
Is it just a child?
Yes.
Other than that, has been altered?
No.
The Commonwealth proceeds to have the two videos from Lowe's, which is the next exhibit, which is on thumb drive.
Any objection?
No objection.
The thumb drive of the Lowe's videos from Danvers and Weymouth is now in evidence as Exhibit 195.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we have the Commonwealth play the video from January 1st, the Lowe's in Danvers, from Exhibit 195.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if you can pause. I'm going to ask the witness a few questions. Sir, where is this in relation to the Lowe's in Danvers?
This is in the parking lot, the front parking lot.
And in the bottom, it says park lot cam 1. What's that significant of?
Yep. So there's 4 different cameras around our parking lot. They're each pointed in a different way. So this would just be the first one pointing in that direction.
And I see a date and time there. For these cameras, have you determined if the date and time are accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause. Sir, where is this in the store in Lowe's?
Yeah, so this is our main aisle, aisle 1.
Play, Miss, come on. Thank you. Pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's and Danvers?
This is at the front end in the self-checkout area.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Pause, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Sir, what angle are we looking at here?
This is the angle from the actual, the self-checkout register itself, so the camera in front of it.
So the self-checkout registers have cameras pointing out towards the customers as well?
Yes.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman, thank you. Pause. Thank you. Sir, what is this angle we're looking at?
This is our main exit.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could press play. And Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask you to pause one more time. Sir, now where are we looking at when the camera says 60655?
This is the parking lot at 6:06:55.
And is this PM or AM?
This is PM.
Thank you. You can press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. So, sir, does Lowe's maintain receipts for its sales?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business
Yes.
and in good faith?
Yes.
And does, I assume the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
But does Lowe's maintain a copy digitally?
Yes.
And do you have access to that?
Yes.
And was one produced as a result of these videos to law enforcement?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a receipt from, upside down, but now that it's right side up, is that a receipt from the Lowe's in Danvers?
Yes.
And it corresponds to the video that you just displayed for us?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? Lowe's receipt is now in evidence from Danvers, is now in evidence as 196.
Thank you, Your Honor. In Your Honor, the Commonwealth may publish Exhibit 196, the receipt from Lowe's.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, oh, thank you so much. You've already expanded it. So, sir, looking at the top, what does sales number mean?
This is where the actual sale took place. So I guess you could say it's a terminal.
Okay. And what's the significance of SFT lane 413?
Yeah. So that is our fast lane, or just another way that we can say self-checkout.
Okay. And transaction or trans number, what is that significant of?
It's the transaction number. So whatever number that receipt ringing through.
And at the top right-hand corner, I take it that's the date.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down to the bottom, please? Now, at the bottom, what was the total for the sale?
$463.26.
And how was the sale conducted, cash or charge?
It was cash.
How much cash was presented?
$500.
And what is the time on the sale?
It is 6:05:45.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Thank you. And now, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek you to play the blurred video from Exhibit 195 of January 4th from Lowe's and Wayne.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pause. Thank you. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Weymouth?
This is our main vestibule or
And
entrance.
What is VDS SRV1 1618 entry PVM mean?
Yeah. So VidSRV1 is the actual, it stands for video surveillance. So it is where our video was stored from, and it's our first terminal. 1618 is the store number, and then the entry PVM is the camera for the entry PVM, or the entry.
And the date and time at the bottom, sir, what are those?
Yeah, it is January 4th, 2023 at 4:24:57 p.m.
And sir, as far as the date and time for the Lowe's in Weymouth, is that accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you press play? And pause, Ms. Gilman. So, sir, what view are we looking at here?
This is the camera pointing from the self-checkout registers.
And at the bottom, STO term 25, what does that mean?
Self-checkout terminal 25. So it's just the number that that self-checkout terminal is at.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Weymouth?
This is our main exit.
Please press play, please. Ms. Gilman, thanks. No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Cross? The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Jamie Flint.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
Right this way. I just want you to step for me.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, actually your first and last name for the record?
My name is Jamie Flint, Jami, Flint, Flint.
Where do you work?
CVS in Danvers, Massachusetts.
And where is the CVS in Danvers located? Like, what's its address?
1 Maple Street, 19 years.
And what is your role at CVS?
Operations Manager RX.
How long have you been so operations manager RX, so I take it pharmacy?
Yes,
All right.
both front end.
Front end.
Yes.
Okay. And so how long have you been the operations manager?
A little over a year.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Danvers store itself?
19 years.
Okay. So now, what does the Danvers store have as far as store surveillance videos?
We have multiple cameras throughout the store and the pharmacy.
And what access as the operations manager do you have to the store surveillance video?
I have full access to the video in the office.
And I take it stores to a server at the office?
Yes.
Okay. And besides you, does anyone else have access to it?
The other shift supervisors and the manager.
All right. And the surveillance video for CVS, I take it it's maintained in good faith?
Yes.
And it's done so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video that had been produced to law enforcement in January of 2023 from your store?
Yes.
And had it been altered in any way?
No.
And so that video, it fairly and accurately depicts your store in January of 2023.
Yes.
Your Honor, that video is on this drive. I would seek to have it marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It's in evidence now. The CVS thumb drive 197. What's the date of that? The date of the content?
January 1st, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 197.
You may.
Thank you. So if I could ask Ms. Gilman to pause. Ms. Flint, what are we looking at here as far as your store?
That's the rear entrance of the store.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, I believe there is a second camera angle on that video. Could we have that, please? And could we have that on the media player at 3 minutes and 35 seconds? Ms. Flynn, if I could ask, where is this in your store?
That's the front at the self-checkout.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, does CVS maintain receipts of its transactions?
Yes.
And is that also done in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
Now, I take it the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
Does CVS maintain a copy as well,
We do.
electronically?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review a receipt from your store corresponding to that transaction?
Yes.
Ms. Flint, I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to that transaction?
It is.
Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 1st, 2023 from CVS as the next transaction.
Any objection?
Okay.
That's now in evidence as 198, the CVS receipt from 1/1/23.
Your Honor, may we publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have the receipt from CVS, please? So, Ms. Flint, when it says term number, what does that mean?
That's the terminal
And
number.
17, is that self-checkout?
Yes.
And transaction or trans number is, what's that significant of?
The transaction number on that terminal.
Okay. And the date and time? What was the date and time for this transaction?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:28 p.m.
And cashier number name, what is that for this transaction?
Self-checkout 17.
And what was the total amount that the transaction cost?
$19.
What was purchased in the transaction according to the receipt?
5 bottles of hydrogen peroxide spray and a Roundup for Feed America.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk. All right, jurors, I'm going to send you off to lunch now. To the extent that we're back a few minutes late on the backside, it's because I just have to handle a quick matter right at 2 o'clock. So that'll be the delay for us getting back, but it shouldn't be very long. All right, thank you.
All right, to the court, please. Cooks, follow me.
Anybody need anything? Have a good lunch. Thanks, Judge.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Gregory Deneen.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Switch stuff for me. Slide all the way.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gregory Deneen, Dinneen.
Where do you work, sir?
For Ahold Delhaize USA.
What is Ahold Delhaize?
Ahold Delhaize is the parent company of Stop and Shop supermarket.
And do they have any other supermarket chains underneath their banners?
They do. They have Hannaford Supermarkets, the Giant Company, Food Lion.
And what is your role for Ahold Delhaize?
I'm an investigation specialist assigned to the New England division.
And how long have you been with them?
Approximately 25 years.
And as a result of your role there, do you have access to surveillance videos?
I do.
Now, your area, does it include, you said New England, Swampscott, Mass?
It does.
I'd like to ask some questions about the Stop and Shop in Swampscott. What does it have as far as surveillance video?
It has color cameras inside the building as well as exterior cameras.
And do they record to a server or they film or whatnot?
They record to DVR units within the store.
And do you have access to those?
I do.
Does anyone else get access to the recordings?
There are other individuals that have access there within the asset protection department.
Okay. And sir, are you familiar with videos that was turned over by your company to law enforcement in January of 2023 from the Swampscott Stop and Shop?
I am.
Have you had a chance to review those before today to make sure that they haven't been altered in any way?
I have.
And in doing so, did you sign a tag to a thumb drive to confirm that those were the videos?
I did.
And sir, let me ask you this. Your videos, are they kept in the normal course of business?
They are.
In good faith?
They are.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You sure can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, do you recognize the initials on the tag on that drive?
I do. They're mine.
And on the front of it, is it for Stop and Shop Swampscott?
It is.
Is this the drive with the videos that you reviewed before coming in here today?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to enter the Stop and Shop videos from January 1 of 2023 in Swampscott. That's the next exhibit you're on.
Any objection?
Objection.
The Stop and Shop thumb drive from Swamp Store 1123 is now in evidence as 199. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, can the Commonwealth publish these videos?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video? I believe it's exterior. And if you could pause. Mr. Deneen, what are we looking at here?
This is the interior entrance vestibule of Stop and Shop in Swampscott.
And at the top, where there's a date and time, is the date and time on the Stop and Shop videos accurate?
They are accurate.
And in the bottom, there is prod entry and SS0015-01. What is that, sir?
So prod entry is referring to the side of the building. The front, there's two entrances to Stop and Shop. This is referring to the produce entry. And SS0015 is the location number. So Stop and Shop store 15 is Swampscott, Massachusetts. And the 01 is unit 1. There are multiple DVR units in this location.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Now, Ms. Gilman, can we have the second video? And Mr. Deneen, where are we looking at right now in the video?
Sure. This is the front of the store looking at self-scan register number 13.
And sir, the SS015-02, I understand that's the store code, but what does the O2 mean?
The O2 is referring to the DVR unit that it's recording on. So again, there's multiple DVR units in this location. The first one that we saw of the entryway was on 01. This one's on 02.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could close out of that, please. Thank you. Sir, does Stop and Shop in Swampscott create receipts for its sales?
They do.
And are those also kept in the normal course of business
They are.
and in good faith?
They are.
And is it created at the point of time when the transaction occurs?
It is.
And did you have the opportunity to review a receipt that was produced for your company that corresponded to that transaction?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Deneen, do you recognize the object I'm handing you?
I do.
Is that the receipt that your store produced that corresponds to the transaction from the Swampscott video?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as an exhibit. Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt for the transaction reflected in 199 is now in evidence as 200.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the receipt?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman? So, directing your attention to Exhibit 199 on the screen, sir, what is the store is 15, so that corresponds to Stop and Shop Swampscott?
That's correct.
Okay. And what does the cashier number mean?
Cashier is listing as 880013, which is a self-scan register cashier number.
And what does POS mean, sir?
POS is the register number. And again, the number 4 refers to self-scan.
And transaction number?
Is 148.
And sir, with this, can we scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Excellent. Sir, what is the date and time on the receipt?
The date is January 1st, 2023 at 6:56 p.m.
And what was the total cost of the purchase?
The total cost with tax is $11.56.
And was it a cash or was it a credit card?
It was a cash transaction.
I have no further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Any cross? Witness may step down.
Thank you.
Sir. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Matthew Sheehan.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Watch stuff. A little bit more.
The 50? All right, so is it correct that the parties have pre-agreed to those exhibits? All right, so there's a group of exhibits that are going to come in, jurors, through this witness. The court reporter tells me those are 201 to 250 as they come in, and that they've been agreed to by both parties. As they come in, ADA, as you'll identify them for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trying not to drop them all. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Matthew Sheehan, Sheehan.
And where do you work, sir?
At the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what is your role there?
I am a forensic scientist 3 in the crime scene response and criminalistics units.
And how long have you been with the crime lab?
Just over 12 years.
And where did you go to school, sir?
The University of New Haven.
And what degree do you have?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in forensic science with a concentration in chemistry.
And can you detail your history at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I was originally hired in September of 2013 as a forensic scientist 1, which is mainly a training position. The following year in 2014, I was promoted to an FS2, which is a full-time case working analyst. For a period of about 6 months in the year of 2022, I was acting crime scene supervisor. And following that, I was promoted to criminalistics supervisor in November of 2024.
And what's the difference between a criminalist and a crime scene, the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response unit?
The crime scene response unit is any work that is done outside of a lab at a particular crime scene, while a criminalist in the criminalistics unit will examine everything inside of a lab in a controlled setting.
And you are familiar with competency testing and proficiency testing, correct?
Yes,
And have you taken both of those types of tests?
I have.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes.
And have you ever testified before giving your opinion concerning evidence collection and forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
50 to 60 times.
Where did you respond on January 8th of 2023 at approximately 8:52 a.m.?
It was around 8:45 a.m.
8:45 a.m.
It was 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
And how many floors are in that home?
There's 3 floors, 2 livable, an attic, as well as a basement.
And what was your role at that home?
Now, I was assigned to the crime scene response unit, so I was dedicated to looking for and testing for biological material.
So let's talk about that. What is biological material? What kinds of things are you looking for?
In this particular case, I was looking for blood.
Are you looking for anything else, any other kinds of material while you're at that home?
It could be physical evidence as well as various types of trace materials if needed.
What is trace material?
Trace materials, it can be considered paint, glass, hairs, and fibers.
So where did you begin your work that day?
I began work in the kitchen area on the first floor.
And just generally, how do you determine what you're looking for?
I will speak with the detectives on scene to get a general guideline of what type of investigation this is. Following that, I will make a general test plan for the scene that I am at before testing.
So what were your observations of the kitchen area?
It was clean overall. When looking through the kitchen, we did find a couple bottles of hydrogen peroxide as well as a knife in a kitchen cabinet above the refrigerator.
Okay. At this point, I would like to place into evidence what's already been marked as Exhibit 201, that being SLD 7597. And I would ask to publish that for the jury.
All right, and what is SLD 7597?
Exhibit 201, that being the area that he's discussing in the kitchen, the hydrogen peroxide.
Just a photo of that?
Yes.
All right.
Is this that area that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And I'd next ask you also described a knife, correct?
Yes.
I'd next ask to show Exhibit 202, that being SLD 7606, being a knife, Your Honor, previously marked as Exhibit 202, and to publish that for the jury.
You may.
And Mr. Sheehan, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And then more specifically, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 203, SLD 7610, which is more specifically a knife. May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Is that the knife you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, what kind of testing did you do?
I performed a screening test for blood on the blade of the knife.
And can you describe what the screening test for blood is?
The screening test is a two-step color test where a small portion of question sample is put onto a test swab. And after that, two chemicals are added to this test swab. If there's a bright pink color change, the test is positive. And if there's no color change or to something other than that pink color, the test is negative.
And what were the results?
The screening test for blood was positive on this blade.
And did you perform the screening test anyplace else?
Yes.
And where else did you perform that?
As on the hydrogen peroxide bottles, as well as on the kitchen sink area.
And what were the results that you found for the kitchen sink and the hydrogen peroxide bottles?
On all of the bottles, as well as the sink knobs, the sink basin, and the sink drain had all screened negative for blood.
And what can cause positive results besides human blood?
Various types of food materials, such as vegetables, as well as various types of legumes.
And did you test any other areas in the kitchen?
No,
Did you test inside of the dishwasher?
I did not.
Why did you not test inside the dishwasher?
The nature of a dishwasher is to sanitize anything that is inside with extreme temperature, chemicals, and water. I felt that it wasn't necessary to test on the inside due to those conditions.
Besides the areas that you've already discussed, what other areas did you test on the ground floor of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
There was also a half bathroom that I examined.
And what did you examine in the half bathroom?
There was a washing machine and a dryer, as well as a sink.
Okay. And what were your results?
Screening test for blood was negative on the interior of the dryer and washing machine, as well as on the sink knobs, the sink basin, and drain.
And did you test anything else on that floor?
No.
And then where did you go?
To the second floor bathrooms.
Okay. And did you also go into the bathroom, to the basement area?
I did.
Okay. And did you do testing in the basement area?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I want to move to the basement for a moment. I'd like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 34. May I publish that to the jury?
You may.
Thank you. Can you tell me what this is?
This is the door in the kitchen leading down to the basement.
And then I'd like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 35. May I publish that to the jury?
You may.
Thank you. And what is this?
This is the stairwell leading to the basement.
May I publish Exhibit 36, please?
Yes.
And can you tell me what this is?
So if you were standing at the bottom of the stairs looking back up towards the kitchen, this area would be to the left.
And may I publish Exhibit 37, please?
Yes.
And what is this area?
The same if you were to stand at the bottom of the stairs looking towards the kitchen, this area is to the right.
I'd next like to show what's now being marked as Exhibit 204, Exhibit 7, SLD 7476, which is a blank area in the basement. May I publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you please tell me about this area?
This area was in the back right corner of the basement. If you were to, again, stand at the bottom of the stairs. In this area, there were several stains that I observed for testing.
And do you recognize those white marks on the floor?
Yes, I do.
And why do you recognize those?
That is small pieces of scale tape that I had put down next to the stains that I wanted to test.
And did you label those?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you focus in on those, please? And can you tell me, Mr. Sheehan, what those are?
These are stains B, C, D, and E. Stain A is upwards and to the right. These are purple stains that I observed for testing.
Thank you. I'd now like to go to the next exhibit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 205, SLD 7479, which is the ceiling of the basement. May I publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you tell me about this, Mr. Sheehan?
This is the area of ceiling directly above that small area in the basement.
So what type of testing did you do on the areas that were A through G, the testing that you had shown us through the markers?
On stains A through E, I did the screening tests that I talked about earlier, and all of those results on A through E were positive for blood.
And that was the same kind of screening test that you described previously to us?
Yes.
I'd now like to show what's been marked as Exhibit 206, SLD 2482. This is Exhibit A. May this be published?
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is stain A.
And this is something you previously explained to us.
Yes.
And was this one of the areas that you tested?
Yes.
And was this positive?
Yes, it was.
And was this done, how did you learn that this was positive?
By doing the screening test.
I'd next like to go to Exhibit 207, that being 7487, this being closer up of the purple stains. I'd ask that this be published.
You may.
Thank you. Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And if I could ask you to zoom in, Ms. Gilman. And can you tell me what you see in B?
Stain B is the purple staining that I observed for testing.
Thank you. Could you go to C, Ms. Gilman? And can you tell me what you see there?
This is stain C for testing.
Thank you. If you could go to D, Ms. Gilman? And can you tell me what you see there?
This is stain D.
And could you go to E, Ms. Gilman? And Mr. Sheehan, could you tell me what you see there, please?
And this is stain E.
Thank you. If we could now go to what's been marked as Exhibit 208, 7536. And I'd ask, and this is the stair, I'd ask that this be published for the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Can you tell me what this is specifically?
This is the bottom step in the basement. The bottom step was broken.
And specifically, what do you see with your writing on it?
On the right side of the broken piece of stairs, there was an additional purple stain. I labeled it as stain F.
And if you could zoom in on that, Ms. Gilman? And is that what you're referring to, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you now show Exhibit 38. And Mr. Sheehan, what is Exhibit 38?
This is their stairwell leading to the kitchen with a support beam directly below it.
Below it or behind it?
Behind it.
Okay. And that support beam is significant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And why is that support beam significant?
There was an additional stain, as I labeled it as stain G, that was on the base of the support beam.
Your Honor, I'd next ask that we publish Exhibit 209, which has been previously marked, and it's 7556, and that is stain G.
You may publish it.
Thank you. And what is this?
This is a close-up of stain G.
And so I want to be clear. What type of testing did you do for A through G?
The screening test for the presence of blood.
And what results did you get in A through G?
In A through G, all stains had screened positive for blood.
And how did you identify those stains?
Visually.
And when you say visually, what color were they?
All of these stains were purple in color.
And why were they purple?
The crime scene services section during the scene exam was using a chemical called LCV, and this chemical leaves behind a purple residue and is known to turn potential blood stains to the color of purple.
And when had crime scene services used that chemical?
Earlier in the day during the scene exam.
Was that before you began to go into the basement and do your testing?
It was at the same time.
Okay. So were you there when that was happening?
Yes.
And why is LCV used?
The crime scene services section uses it for their scene examinations.
And how does LCV impact your testing?
At the scene, LCV does not have an impact. However, in the lab, it is known to hinder the confirmatory test for blood.
What does that mean?
The confirmatory test is done as a second test on stains in areas that had screened positive for blood. As a result, we can confirm the presence of blood, and this LCV chemical is known to, even on positive samples, give a negative result.
So how do you compensate for that in the lab?
In the lab, even if a stain has tested negative for blood, a sample would still be prepared for DNA testing.
So what do you do with a stain once it has screened positive for blood?
The stain itself would be transferred onto a set of swabs for collection and transported to the lab for analysis.
And how is that done? What is a swab?
The swabs are very similar to almost like a Q-tip on a wooden stick, and each sample is packaged in its own manila envelope and then stored in its own container.
So leaving, do you need a second? You okay?
Yep.
Leaving the basement, can you please describe the second floor of the home?
In the second floor, I examined the two bathrooms, which included a master bathroom from one side of the house and a secondary bathroom to the left.
Okay. And what areas did you test on the second floor?
Both of the sinks as well as the showers. There was also a pair of black and blue cleaning squeegees.
Okay. So did you test the drains and the basins?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that testing?
The screening test was also the same one that I have been using throughout the day.
And what were your results?
All of these areas had screened negative for blood.
And what time do you think you left the house at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Approximately 4:45 in the afternoon.
And were you done with all of your testing?
I was not.
So what happened to the house?
At the end of the day, the decision was made to secure the house, and we would return the next day to continue our exams.
And did you return to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
And when was that?
The following day on January 9th.
And where did you start on January 9th of 2023?
On the second floor in the front left bedroom.
Okay. And what observations did you make to the front left bedroom?
The bedroom itself was clean overall, aside from a pile of clothing on the floor. I had also noted an area of, it seems like a white residue, and in an area that the varnish on the floor appeared to have been removed.
At this time, I would like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 210, which is 7765, that bedroom that Mr. Sheehan just described, and publish it for the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, can you describe what you were talking about with the white residue and the varnish, please?
On the area on the floor directly above the MSP placard number 10 and to the bottom right of the pile of clothing is the white residue on the floor.
Is the white residue that you're discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the other area that you were discussing?
It was that same area, the white residue, and that same area appeared the varnish on the floor looked like it had been removed.
And how was the varnish flooring for the rest of the room?
It still had a glossy, shiny coat to it.
Were there any other varnish issues?
Not that I recall.
And did you do any testing in this room?
I did.
And where did you do testing?
Testing was on two additional red-brown stains that I had observed on one of the window curtains, as well as on the purple stain noted with MSP placard number 8.
And what kind of testing did you do?
The screening test for blood.
And what were your results?
On these stains, I had labeled them as stains H and I, as well as MSP placard number 8, were all negative.
And H and I were the windows?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go back to the room later?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And why did you go back to that room?
At that time, the decision was made to the crime scene services section was going to remove a portion of the floor. So I removed myself from that area so they could remove the flooring.
And did you direct them to remove the flooring?
No.
And so did you go back after that was done to look at the room?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 211, which has been previously marked, and that is 7808. And I would ask to publish that with the flooring removed.
May?
Thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this the area you're talking about that was removed by crime scene services?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do further testing?
I did not.
Why not?
There was no visible staining for testing after the crime scene services section had done their exam.
So while crime scene services worked on the floor, what did you do at that time?
I returned to the basement for a second exam.
Why did you return to the basement?
It's not often where I get to re-examine an area that I had already examined. So I wanted to go back to see if I had missed anything.
And what, if anything, were you looking for?
Potential blood stains.
And where did you first go?
At the top of the stairs, looking down, I observed a red-brown stain that I had labeled as stain J on the wall of the stairwell directly into the doorway.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask to publish exhibit, which has been previously marked as 212. That would be 7793, that being stain J.
You may.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the area of stain J.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in just a little bit, please? Thank you. And where is stain J?
Stain J is to the right of the scale. It is not visible in this photo.
Okay. And what did you do with the stain?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood.
And what were the results of the screening test?
The screening test was negative.
And then where did you go?
I continued down to the basement.
Okay. And where did you go in the basement?
I returned to an area of black trash bags as well as that back right section that I had examined the day before.
At this time, I would ask to publish Exhibit 213, 7797, the area that Mr. Sheehan just described with the black trash bags.
You may.
Do you recognize this area?
Yes, I do.
And what is this area that you're talking about?
This is an area in the basement that was a little to the left of the area that I examined the day before, towards the back wall.
And I would also ask to publish Exhibit 214, 7802, which is a close-up of that area.
You may.
Thank you. What is this area?
This is the stain identified as stain K.
And what testing did you do of stain K?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood.
And what was the results of that?
The result was positive.
And what did you then collect?
A sample using a set of swabs was collected from the stain.
Did you collect anything else from the home that day?
That day, no.
Thank you. So what did you do with the swabs that you collected from the house at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset on January 8th and 9th of 2023?
I had brought these swabs back along with the knife from above the refrigerator back to the lab to be submitted.
For what?
For DNA analysis.
And what did you do with the swabs at the lab once you got there?
The swabs were submitted into our computer system called LIMS.
And were they given a number?
Yes.
And what's the lab number that they were given?
The lab number for the case was 23-00596.
And is that a unique lab number for this case?
Yes.
And how is the lab number kept?
The lab number is kept identified for each individual case in our computer system.
So aside from the collection you follow to ensure that you prevent contamination?
In the lab, I work on one item at a time. And in between items of evidence, I will use bleach to clean my work area and any tools that I'm using, and as well as wearing PPE, which would include gloves, a mask, and a lab coat.
How do you keep your actual station clean, and what do you use on your actual station?
Bleach.
And why do you use bleach?
Bleach is known to destroy DNA.
Do you use any kind of paper on your station?
We use a large piece of paper, which we call butcher paper.
Did you do lab work on the items you brought back from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway alone, or did you do lab work on other items as well?
Other items as well.
So what was the first item that you examined in this case?
Item number 1-1.
And what was item -1-1?
This was a set of swabs from red brown stain A in the basement.
And what testing was done?
I did a confirmatory test to confirm the presence of blood.
And how does that confirmatory test work?
The test itself is very similar to a pregnancy test, where a small amount of sample is put into a test solution, and then that test solution is put onto a test card. After a period of 10 minutes, if there's one line, the test is negative. If there's 2 lines, the test is positive.
And what was the result?
Confirming the presence of blood was negative.
So what was done with this item?
In this particular case, because the LCV chemical was used at the crime scene and the stains were purple, I preserved the sample for DNA testing as item number 1-1.1.
So that was the number that it was given for DNA?
Yes.
Okay. And did you assign any of that sample for DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And was that the one that you assigned?
Yes, 1-1.1.
Okay. And did you examine item 1-8, the knife from the kitchen?
Yes, I did.
And what testing was done?
I did not do any further testing. I did a collection for potential DNA analysis.
Okay, why didn't you do any testing?
In order for a complete lab exam to be done on an item, there needs to be a visible stain in order to have enough testing for the confirmatory test as well as DNA testing. In this particular case, because there was no visible staining on the blade, the sample needs to be treated as something called quantity limited, or QLIM, where the entire sample needs to be used for DNA testing.
So what was done with this item?
A sample was collected from the knife blade as well as from the handle.
And was it preserved for DNA testing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that preserved?
To answer any type of forensic questions.
I want to ask you about item 5-1, which was swab K from the basement floor.
Correct.
What testing did you do on swab K from the basement floor?
I did a confirmatory test for the presence of blood.
And what was the result of the confirmatory test?
The confirmatory test was positive, confirming the presence of blood.
And I'm sorry, I should have shown you Exhibit 215, Exhibit Image 1205, which is the knife. May I publish that?
Okay.
So this was the knife that you just told us about, that you was QLIM.
Yes.
Thank you. And now I'd ask to show Exhibit 216, image 1066, which is the swab K.
You may.
Thank you. This is the swab that you described?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said that it was positive, and I'd ask next to show Exhibit 217, image 1067, which is the positive test.
You may.
Thank you. This is that, for lack of a better term, like pregnancy test that you described to us earlier.
Correct.
And this is how you know if the test results are positive. Is that right?
Yes.
When you're saying that this is indicating positive for human blood, why are you saying that it's indicating positive for human blood?
The test itself, while it does confirm the presence of blood, there are other types of animal blood that will give a positive result, which include ferret blood as well as various types of primates.
So why did you not do the screening test for the swab?
The screening test was done at the crime scene at the house during the original collection of the sample.
And so what did you do with this sample?
The sample was preserved for DNA testing and given item number 5-1.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And what was item 7-9?
7-9 was a pair of tin snips. 7-9 was a pair of tin snips.
At this time, I would ask to publish Exhibit 218, image 1081, from the lab, the tin snips.
You may.
And Mr. Sheehan, you recognize these photos, correct?
Yes.
And why do you recognize these photos?
These are the photos that I took in the lab of the items. They have the case number, my initials, the item number, and the date I worked on them.
And what testing did you do?
There was no visible staining on the blades, so I did the screening tests for blood, and the on the blades was positive.
And why didn't you do the confirmatory testing?
There were no visible stains to do further testing.
So it's the same reason that you gave us before?
Yes, as a QLIM sample.
Thank you. And you said that this was positive for blood?
The blades had screened positive.
And what was done with this item?
A sample was preserved from the blades as well as from the handle.
And what was 7-10?
7-10 was a hacksaw.
I would ask to publish Exhibit 219, image 1085.
That's the image of the hacksaw.
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor. It's the image of the hacksaw.
You may publish it.
And what test did you do on the hacksaw?
There were 3 areas that identified for potential testing on seemed like a tannish brown debris. The first one was on area A, which is on the blade at the end, on the opposite side from the handle. Area B was on the frame next to the handle, and area C was on the blade where it attaches to the frame adjacent to the handle.
And what testing for all of those areas?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood, followed by the confirmatory test for blood.
And what were the results on those 3 areas?
On all 3 areas, A, B, and C, the tests were positive, confirming the presence of blood.
What did you then do?
Samples were preserved from each individual area, A, B, and C, as well as from the handle.
What numbers were the samples given?
The sample that I had assigned for DNA testing was from stain C, which was 7-10.3.1, as well as a sample from the handle, which was 7-10.4.1.
I'd next like to talk about 7-11, the hammer. I'd like to show you Exhibit 2020 and publish it, that being image 1092. That being the hammer.
You may show that.
Mr. Sheehan, what test did you do on the hammer?
I did the screening test for blood on the hammerhead and face area.
What were the results?
Screening test for blood was positive on the hammer face.
And what did you do?
Samples were preserved from the hammer face as well as from the handle.
And why did you only do the screening test here?
There was no visible staining on the hammerhead.
So am I correct in assuming that when you only do the screening test and not the confirmatory test, it is always going to be for that same reason?
Yes,
Meaning I don't need to keep asking you the same question?
correct.
7-13, the blades and frame from the hatchet, that being Exhibit 221, image 1099. Could we please publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
What observations did you make of this hatchet?
There was no visible staining. However, on the hatchet head, I did note some sort of greasy and oil-like substance.
Why is that significant to you?
In my experience, whenever a cutting instrument is used on an individual, it can leave behind this greasy and oily substance, which is indicative of fatty tissues.
Overall.
What testing did you do?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood on the hatchet head.
What were the results?
Now, the screening test was positive.
And then what did you do?
Sample was preserved from the hatchet head as well as from the handle. The hatchet head was given sample number 7-13.1, and from the handle was 7-13.2.1.
And were any of these assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Both of those?
Yes.
I'd next like to discuss 7-14, the craftsman shears, and I'd be referring and asked to publish Exhibit 222, that being image 1103.
May.
What testing was done, Mr. Sheehan?
The screening test for blood on the blades and frame of the shears.
And what were the results?
The screening test was positive in this area.
And what was done?
The sample was preserved for potential DNA testing as well as a sample from the handle.
I'd next like to ask you about 7-18, the Tyvek booties. I'd like to refer and publish Exhibit 223, image 1223, and publish for the jury the Tyvek booties.
You may.
Can you tell me what's in this picture?
This is a picture of one of the booties, a part of item number 7-18.
How many booties were there?
There were 4 in total.
Okay. And what else is in this picture?
It appears to be some sort of insulation as well as painter's tape.
And what does this picture show? Is it everything or just an example or something else?
Since this item was submitted as 4 booties, I took an individual picture of how they were packaged separately so that I could keep track of each individual one.
And is that why there's a number 2 at the bottom of that photo?
Yes.
And what did you do to this?
I performed the screening test for blood.
And what were the results?
All of the testing was negative.
Moving on to 7-20, the sample from the plastic painter sheet. How many painter sheets were there?
If I recall correctly, there was 5.
Okay. And was each painter sheet given its own number?
They were originally submitted to the lab all as item number 7-20. And during the fingerprint process, the analyst had removed and given each sheet its own sub number under 720. The one I examined was 7-20.5.
So I'm going to ask to show you and publish Exhibit 224, Image 1261, the bag of plastic sheeting. Number 5. Ma'am, thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this what you were describing to us?
Yes, it is. This is the packaging for the plastic sheeting.
And then I'd ask to publish and show you Exhibit 225, Image 1264, and have you explain the content of the bag?
You may publish that, 1264.
Yes, Your Honor. Can you describe that?
This is one side of the plastic sheeting. In size, it's estimated to be around 8 feet by 11 feet.
And what observations did you make?
There were 2 areas of light red-brown staining that I observed. One that I gave as area A was on the bottom right corner, and area B was on the top left corner.
And what testing did you do?
On area A, I did the screening tests and confirmatory test, as well as from stain B.
And what were your results?
From stain A, it had screened positive. However, the confirming test was negative. On stain B, the confirming test was positive.
Is there a reason that A is negative and B is positive?
It is possible that stain A was not blood, or there was not enough sample on the swabs I had collected for testing to be detected by the test.
So what did you do?
A sample was preserved from the area B, which was 7-20.5.2.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
So what were items 9-1 through 9-6?
9-1 through 9-6 were swabs that had been collected from a gray Volvo.
And did you examine those swabs?
Yes.
And what did you do to preserve those swabs?
All of these swabs were treated as a quantity limited sample, so no testing was done. They were all cut up and put into tubes for potential DNA testing.
And were any of those assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And which one?
Item number 9-4, which was a swab from trunk mat number 1.
And 9-12, I'd like to talk about now, the jacket, the black jacket, and I refer you and ask to publish Exhibit 226, Image 1119.
You may.
Thank you. What observations did you make of this?
There were various like tannish brown stains on the exterior of the jacket.
And were there stains?
Not red-brown. They were tannish brown in color.
And did you do any testing?
Yes, I did.
What kind of testing?
I did the screening test for blood on all of these stains, as well as from all the unstained areas of the jacket.
And what were your results?
Screening on all of the stains, as well as the unstained areas, was negative.
I'd now like to move on to item 9-20, the tape with gauze and red-brown stain. And I'd like to refer to and publish Exhibit 227, Image 08 2.99. May I publish that, Your Honor?
May.
Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you explain what this image is of?
This is a picture of the, it actually turned out to be some sort of like tissue paper or paper towels. But I had rolled them out for a picture of the overall item.
And did you make any observations?
Yes, I did.
And what were your observations?
There was red brown staining on a lot of the item. So I identified two areas as area A, which is on the center bottom, and area B, which is on the top right.
And what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
On both of these areas, A and B, I had confirmed positive for blood.
And what did you do?
Samples were preserved from both A and B. Sample A was given item number 9-20.1.
And was that assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
I want to move on to 9-22, the white towel, and refer to Exhibit 228, image 1128, and ask you to identify that and ask to publish that to the jury.
You may.
What observations did you make of this towel?
I noted the red-brown stains on the majority of the towel.
And what testing did you do on this towel?
Identified one of the areas of red-brown staining in the center of the towel for testing.
And what kind of testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
This area A in the center had confirmed positive for blood.
And then what did you do?
A sample was preserved from this area A and given item number 9-22.1.1.
And was that assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Moving on to 9-23, I'd like to ask you about and also ask to publish Exhibit 229, image 1132. May I do that, Your Honor?
Yes, and what's it an image of?
It's an image of the towel, the next towel number 2.
Towel number 2. You may publish it.
Thank you. Could you tell me about this towel, what your observations are?
I noted the large area of red-brown staining in the center and identified it as red-brown stain A.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The sample A had confirmed positive for blood.
And what then did you do after sample A confirmed positive for blood?
Sample was preserved for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to item 9-27, the gray slippers. I would ask at this time to publish Exhibit 230, image 8398.
8398.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that the light gray polka dot slippers or the dark gray slippers?
The dark gray slippers.
Okay. Dark gray slippers may be published.
What observations did you make?
I noted red-brown stains on both sets of slippers, as well as identifying one as stain A, which was on the top of the left slipper, and stain B, which was on the bottom of the left slipper.
I'd also ask to show Exhibit 231, image 8399. It's also the same dark gray slippers, just the back of the dark gray slippers.
You may.
Mr. Sheen, can you tell me about this photograph?
This is the bottom of, or the soles of the dark gray slippers.
So what testing did you do?
The areas A and B, A being on the top of the left slipper and area B on the bottom of the left slipper, I did the screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
And both of these areas had confirmed positive for blood.
And then what did you do?
A sample was collected from both of these areas, as well as from the unstained areas on the interior of the slippers.
If we could go back to the previous exhibit 230, please. Can you explain where you're talking about the unstained interior?
On the light blue section, I tried to do a collection from the areas that were not stained.
Meaning not red-brown.
Correct.
And why did you take a sample from the interior unstained area?
This is to collect any potential amount of skin cells in this area to help identify a person who may have been wearing the slippers.
And where exactly are you trying to swab at that point?
In this case, for the slippers, it would be anywhere it would be high contact with the feet. So all the light blue areas on the sole, as well as underneath where the toes would be.
And why were you trying to avoid the red-brown stains?
To at least limit any type of cross-contamination between the stains and for skin cell collection.
So did you give numbers to any of the areas that you collected?
Yes.
And what numbers did you give?
From the interior unstained areas was given item number 9-27.2.1, and from stain A was 9-27.3.1.
And were those two that you just described, those two numbers that you gave us, were those assigned for further DNA testing?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you now about 9-28, the apparent hairs. And I'd ask to publish Exhibit 232, image 1200. IMG_1200, that being apparent hairs.
You may do so.
What observations did you make?
On this item, there was a section of red-brown staining in the center of the apparent hairs, which I had done the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The red-brown stain identified as stain A was confirmed positive to be blood.
And what did you do as a result of that?
A sample was preserved from this and given item number 9-28.1.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
Did you do anything else with this item after the blood testing?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I examined 2 of the hairs for classification.
And how do you classify a hair?
The structure of a hair is very similar to the structure of a number 2 pencil, where the eraser is the root, the outer yellow portion is the cuticle, the wooden portion is the cortex, with the inner graphite section being the medulla. All 4 of these areas under a microscope demonstrate various types of characteristics, and it's these characteristics that are used to classify a hair as a human or animal.
And where do you make those observations?
In the lab using a microscope.
And were you able to classify the hairs here?
Yes, I classified 2 of them.
And how did you classify them?
Again, I pulled randomly 2 of them out of the clump of apparent hairs and to examine in the lab.
And did you classify them as human or animal?
One of them I had classified as being consistent with a human hair, and the second hair was consistent with an animal hair.
I'd ask now to publish Exhibit 233, image 0018, that being a hair number 1.
You may.
Mr. Sheen, can you tell me about this image?
This is the root of the hair that I identified as being consistent with a human hair.
And you said this was the root?
Yes.
And can you tell me why you characterize it as human hair?
due to the nature and the shape of the root itself, as well as other characteristics from the shaft and the medulla.
I'd ask to publish the next exhibit, 234, image 0022, that being hair number 2.
You may.
Mr. Sheehan, what is this hair?
This is the root area of the second hair that I identified as being consistent with an animal hair.
And can you explain why you believe you were able to characterize this as an animal hair?
Along with the shape of the root and the characteristics of the scales and the medulla on this item, identified as being consistent with an animal hair.
I'd like to now move on to 9-30, the sample from the stain on the wipe from bag 4 and the sponge. And I'd ask to publish exhibit 235, image 1195.
And generally, what is 1195 of?
The sample from the stain on the wipe from bag 4 and the sponge.
You may publish it.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And what observations did you make?
There were red-brown stains on the wipe, as well as there being these yellow-brown debris on the sponge.
What tests did you do?
I did the screening test and confirming tests for blood on the wipe portion, and the screening test on the yellow-brown debris on the sponge.
And what were the results?
On the area A from the wipe had confirmed positive for blood, and the yellow-brown debris on the sponge was positive as well, and that was preserved as a Q-lim sample.
And then what did you do?
Samples were preserved for potential DNA testing.
I now would like to move on to 9-31, the cutting of the piece of rug from bag 5, that being image 1110. And that's exhibit 236. And I'd ask to publish that, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what observations did you make?
This is the underside of the piece of carpet that had red-brown stains on it.
And what testing did you do?
I did the screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The stained area had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result, what did you do?
A sample was preserved from this item as item number 9-31.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Looking next at 9-32, the Tyvek suit. I'd ask to publish exhibit 237, image 8388.
You may publish that, 8388.
Mr. Sheehan, what observations did you make of the Tyvek suit?
There were several areas of red-brown staining, both on the exterior and the interior.
I'd also like to publish exhibit 238, image 8390, which is another angle, another side of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what you see here?
There was 2 areas of red-brown staining on the leg portions.
And I'd also like to show exhibit 239, image 8391, another image of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
And can you tell us what you see here?
This is the exterior front of the Tyvek suit.
And finally, exhibit 240, image 8392, a bag of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, 8392. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the tag on the Tyvek suit.
Thank you. So what observations, you told me about your observations, I apologize. What tests did you do?
I identified 4 areas of red brown stains for further testing, A through D. A and B were on the exterior front pant legs. Area C was on the back right ankle, and area D was on the interior right sleeve.
And so what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
On all 4 areas, A through D had confirmed positive for blood.
And I'd ask to show exhibit 241, image 8393, that showing those results.
You may show the results.
As a result, what did you do?
Samples were preserved from each one of these areas, as well as from the interior sleeve cuffs of the Tyvek suit.
And why did you take a sample from the interior sleeve cuff?
This is very similar to the reason why collecting from the unstained areas of the slippers. This is an area of high contact with the skin. So this was done for the collection of skin cells to identify a person who may have been wearing it.
And were any of these assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
And can you tell me which ones were assigned for DNA testing?
Samples number 9-32.1.1 was the sample from the interior sleeve cuffs. 9-32.2.1 was the sample from stain A, and 9-32.5.1 was the sample from stain D on the interior sleeve.
Moving on to 16 -1, the rug. I'd ask to show you exhibit 242, image 1143, and publish that to the jury.
You may publish that image to the jury.
What observations did you make of this rug?
I noted an area of red-brown staining on the left portion of this piece of carpet.
And what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test.
And what were the results?
The stain area A had confirmed positive for blood.
What did you do?
A sample was collected for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to 16.2, I'd ask to publish exhibit 243, image 1148, different 16.2, that being a sample from portion of rug 2.
All right, you can publish that 1148.
What did you note on this? What observations did you make?
There were several areas that identified for testing stains A through F.
And what testing did you do?
The screening tests and confirming tests.
And what were your results?
On stains B through F, the screening test was negative, and on stain A, it had confirmed positive for blood.
I'd like to talk about 16-3, a sample, that being rug number 3. I'd like to show you and publish to the jury exhibit 244, image 1153.
You may do so.
What observations do you make, Mr. Sheehan?
I observed a large amount of red-brown stains. On the left portion of the carpet is where I identified as stain A.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
The area of stain A had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result, what did you do?
A sample was collected for potential DNA analysis.
Moving to 16-4, a sample of rug number 4. I'd ask to publish to exhibit 245, image 1158.
You may publish 1158.
Thank you. What observations did you make, Mr. Sheehan?
There was an area of red-brown staining on the bottom of this piece that identified for testing as stain A.
So your testing, you did do testing?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the results of your testing?
On this area, stain A had confirmed positive for blood.
And did you preserve it for DNA?
Yes.
Moving to 16-5, rug number 5. I'd ask to publish exhibit 246, image 1163, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, what observations did you make?
There was an area of red-brown staining on the left portion of the carpet.
And what testing did you do?
I did the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
This stained area A had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
A sample was preserved for potential DNA testing.
Moving to 16-6, rug number 6. I'd ask at this time to publish exhibit 247, image 1176 from rug number 6.
You may publish that image 1176.
Thank you. What observations did you make?
I noted the red-brown stains on the bottom left corner of this piece of carpet.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test.
What were the results of your testing?
This area had confirmed positive for blood.
And what did you do?
I preserved a sample from this area for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to 16-7, rug number 7. I'd ask to publish exhibit 248, image 1180.
You may publish image 1180, rug 7.
And Your Honor, in that same vein, from rug number 7, the other side is 1181, exhibit 249, if I could also use that one as well.
You may. The reverse side is in evidence now. 248, 249, 1181.
Starting with this image, can you please tell me what you see?
I noted an area of red-brown stains as stain A on the bottom left corner, as well as an area of stain B that is in the center of the white powdery residue that you see.
And if we could just look at the back as well. What observations did you make here?
On the top left corner is the backside of that stained area A, and in the center with the white powdery residue, with the opposite side was stain B.
And what testing did you do?
On both stains A and B, I did the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results of your testing?
Both stains A and B confirmed positive for blood.
And were numbers assigned to these samples?
Yes.
And what were those?
For stain B, which I had sent to DNA for testing, was 16-7.2.1.
I should have said, as a result of their being positive, did you take a sample to send to DNA?
Yes.
Okay. And so what were those numbers?
For the area from stain B was 16-7.2.1.
And was anything assigned to go to the DNA testing? Was that 16.7.2.1?
Yes.
Was anything else with this item?
Yes, I collected a small amount of the white powdery substance to send to another unit for identification.
Looking at 16-12, I apologize. And I'd ask to publish Exhibit 250, image 1187, that being hair. May I do that, Your Honor?
You may do so.
What did you do to examine this?
I examined 5 random hairs from this clump for identification.
And what tool did you use?
I used a set of tweezers to remove it from the sample and then visualize the items underneath a microscope.
And what classification did you make?
On all 5 pieces of hair that I removed, all 5 had classified as being consistent with a human hair.
And you used the same technique that you described to us earlier?
Yes.
So after you finished with the testing for blood and looking at the hairs, what did you do next?
I would write my report for all of my findings, as well as assign DNA items for analysis.
And what is the next round of testing at your laboratory?
The next section for DNA samples would be the DNA unit.
And what does go on for testing?
Any samples that are assigned by the criminalist working on the case.
And how is the determination made as to which items to send for DNA testing?
When the criminalist is examining the case, they try to select the samples that have the most amount of forensic relevance and answer as many forensic questions as possible.
And are there limits as to the number of items that can be sent forward for DNA testing?
Yes.
Why is that?
It would, for every single case, there are tons of samples that are collected for DNA. It would create a huge backlog in the lab system, which is why we try to select the most forensically relevant samples to answer as many questions as possible on the first round of testing.
So were items in this case sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
And so you've identified those items as we went along. You gave the number and you said which items you sent along for DNA testing. Is that right?
Yes.
In addition to those items, was there one other item that was also sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
And do you know what that was?
This was item number 16-13, which was an unknown tissue.
And was all the DNA testing done in one round?
No, it was not.
Were there multiple rounds of DNA testing that were done here?
Yes.
And who does that next round of testing?
No, that would be the analysts in the DNA unit.
And where do the original physical items get stored after you finish your work on them, Mr. Sheehan?
The original physical items are returned to the investigating agencies, while all of the DNA samples are preserved in our long-term storage area.
If I might just have one moment.
Certainly.
Well, I do have a few more questions. What is luminol?
Luminol is a type of test that is used by various agencies. It's very similar to that of LCV.
And does fingerprint testing affect DNA testing?
No, it does not.
Does fingerprint testing affect your testing?
There's various chemicals that are used for testing, but again, those are known by the unit and the lab. So measures are taken in order to still do DNA testing in case of negative results.
And what effect of applying cleaning products to blood stains would impact your testing?
If the concentration of bleach or cleaning agent was high enough and was used on a sample long enough, it could degrade and destroy any type of DNA that would be on a sample or area.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you appear at the home on January 8th, correct?
Yes,
And that was the first time you went there.
correct.
And before you got there were other people from the Mass State Police. They'd already been there.
In previous days, when I had responded to the house, we had all arrived at the same time.
Okay, but you understand, don't you, Mr. Sheehan, that there had been multiple officers in and out of that house over a period of multiple days?
Yes,
And you understand, don't you, Mr. Sheehan, that those officers had gone in and out of that house, not wearing any protective garments, not wearing any protective booties. They went and they inspected certain rooms of that house, correct?
yes,
And you understand, don't you, that when you go to collect samples from a scene like this from the home, it was very important to maintain the integrity of the home before you collected samples, correct?
correct.
Now, believe me, I'm not questioning your expertise, your training, your experience. Let's be clear about that. But when you try to make conclusions about a sample that you collected in a certain part of this home, and then another sample that you collected in another part of the home, knowing that other people had been in and out of that home in the days leading up to you getting there, you can't tell this jury how certain samples or biological samples were first deposited in certain areas of that home.
No, I cannot.
So let's talk a little bit about that bedroom area that you told us about. Do you recall testifying that there was something that looked like white residue or something like that on the flooring of one of the bedrooms upstairs?
Yes,
And you noticed that on January 9th of 2023, didn't you?
yes,
And in fact, in your report and your notes you wrote, you specifically stated that when you were there on January 8th, you didn't see that, correct?
I don't recall if that was in my report or not.
Okay, was it in your notes?
No.
All right, let's come back to that in a minute. On January 8th, were you up in that bedroom where that area was? Now you told us about the white residue?
No.
So you understand, though, that other Mass State Police have been up in that room?
Yes,
And you understand that when you went up on the 9th, that's when you first saw what you have described to this jury, correct?
yes,
Now, as a result of the observations that you made in that room, it's our understanding then that you caused, well, that's not entirely accurate, but in any event, there was flooring dug up in or around that area that you saw the white residue, correct?
correct.
And that area covered that area that looks like from the exhibits, that area that was between the clothing, the pile of clothing, and placard tin, correct?
Yes,
And then I keep saying that. Did you ask that the flooring be removed?
no,
Okay, someone else did that.
correct.
But then after that flooring was removed, you went up and examined that area where the flooring had been.
Correct.
Now, there is a reason, isn't there, why someone decided to remove that flooring? There's a reason for that, right?
Yes,
And the reason would be because they were looking to see if there was biological evidence that had deposited itself between the spaces between the wood flooring planks, correct?
yes,
And that is a common thing that you have seen in your examination of flooring, that something like fluid blood or fluid biological, some other substance, flows between the crevices or where the flooring butts up against each other, correct?
Yes.
And when the flooring is then pulled up, now what you're looking for is to see if any of the biological fluid had deposited itself not only in the joints between the flooring planks, but then back on the subfloor where the flooring planks lay, correct?
Yes.
And after a thorough examination, after all of those flooring planks were dug up on that floor, you didn't find any evidence whatsoever of any biological substance that tested positive for blood.
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence of biological substance that tested for anything else up there after they ripped out that floor, correct?
Correct.
There is nothing in the examination of that bedroom that indicates that any biological substance whatsoever had been deposited on the floor, is it?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, is that the same room that had a hole in the ceiling?
Yes.
And what did you do to test any of that area surrounding that hole in the ceiling in that same bedroom?
I did not test it.
Did you go up into the attic and examine the attic that surrounded that area where that hole was?
No, I did not. From what I recall, that it looked like it was undisturbed.
What do you mean by that?
The insulation area.
The insulation area in the ceiling.
Yes, directly above the hole.
So to you, when you say undisturbed, it looked like maybe someone hadn't even been up in the ceiling because the insulation had been undisturbed, correct?
Correct.
And so if someone had been up in the attic, and based on your experience and training, you would have expected maybe to see that insulation having been disturbed. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
And then did anybody point out to you, Mr. Sheep, that the parts of the ceiling from the hole had been maintained in a drawer in that same bedroom?
Yes, they did.
And did you ever examine those pieces of ceiling?
I recall visualizing them, but they had no staining on them, so I did not go any further with those.
So just focusing now on the hole in the ceiling, you didn't see anything of any forensic significance. Can I put it that way?
Yes.
And when you notice the insulation in or around that hole, you didn't see that it had been disturbed as if somebody had been up in that attic, right?
Correct.
And then you examine the bits and pieces that had been maintained in the drawer of the cabinet, the nightstand, whatever we want to call it, in that room, and you didn't see anything forensically significant about those pieces either, did you?
Correct.
And then as we talk now about the flooring that was pulled up and examined in that same room, you didn't find anything forensically significant about that flooring, did you?
Correct.
You have, and is that the same room that you saw what you thought were red-brown stains in or around the curtain area?
Yes, stains H and I.
Okay, and what did those stains turn out to be?
I'm not sure. They had screened negative for blood.
Okay, so it's fair to say, isn't it, that sometimes you see red-brown stains when you're examining a scene, and since they look and are characterized as red-brown stains, or in your report you use RBS, am I right about that?
Yes.
You see something and you call it RBS, and then you go to test it, and it turns out that it's negative, correct?
Yes, that's fairly common.
Right. And so was there anything else in that bedroom that was forensically significant to you when you examined that bedroom?
No.
Mr. Sheehan, you are aware of the fact that the baseboard, some of the baseboard in that same bedroom was removed, pulled away from the wall, right?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Was baseboard removed in any of the rooms in that home to check to see if there was biological evidence behind the baseboard?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not saying it didn't happen. You're just saying, to the best of your knowledge, you didn't do it, correct?
Correct.
So as you sit here today in front of these jurors, it's fair to say that forensic, there is nothing in that bedroom that indicates that anything forensic was found in that bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea when you talk about that white residue on the floor that you saw on January 9th, you have no idea what caused it, correct?
No.
And you don't know if that was caused by, let me back up a little bit. Did you describe that on direct examination as if the varnish on the floor had been removed?
Yes, that's what it appeared to be.
And when you did you use the word removed?
Yes.
But it's true, isn't it, that you could characterize the absence of the sheen of the varnish, that it could have just been the result of wear and tear, correct?
Yes.
And in a bedroom like that, where you have a lot of people coming in and out, and it's in the open area of the room, that could just be a result of wear and tear from kids playing, adults walking back and forth over periods of time, correct?
Yes.
Did that bedroom have a closet to it?
From what I recall, it was like it was a closet, but there was no doors on it, if I recall correctly.
And did you examine the interior of the closet?
Yes.
Did you find anything of forensic significance in the interior of the closet?
No.
Did you find anything of forensic significance on the door trim or anything of the sort?
I did not.
When you examined that room, Mr. Sheehan, was there a bed in there?
Yes, there was.
And did you examine the bed?
Visually, yes.
And did you do any testing on any parts of the bed?
No.
Did you notice that on the bed in that bedroom, there was in fact sheets and bedding still intact there, correct?
Yes.
And did you cause to test any of the bedding on that bed in that room?
No, there were no visible stains for testing.
Okay. And it's fair to say, isn't it, when you're examining a scene like this, even though you don't see visible stains, you may, based on your training and experience, think, well, maybe I should just check that to see if there's anything there that I can't see with my eyes, correct?
Correct.
Now, you have tools, don't you? You have chemicals. You have processes that you've been trained on so you can see, and if you can detect the presence of a biological substance that you cannot visually see, correct?
Yes.
And why don't you just tell the jury a little bit about that?
It's called a general screen. This general screen process could be done on any area of surface as long as it's hard or even in fabric of nature. It's called a general screen because there's no visible staining on it.
Are you familiar with the word occult?
Yes.
Occult blood?
Yes. Means non-visible.
And so it's fair to say that you have been trained and you have experience where you can try to find or detect the presence of occult blood, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, in this home, in this room, you didn't even see any cause or any reason for you to check if there was occult blood or anywhere in this room.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about some other rooms in this house on the second floor. Did you examine other rooms in this house that were up on the second floor?
Only the bathrooms.
And there were two bathrooms, correct?
Yes.
And was one, can you just tell the jury where the bathrooms were on the second floor?
On the second floor, there was one directly in front of the stairs as you reach the second floor. And then the second one was in one of the other bedrooms.
Now, I thought I heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that with regards to both bathrooms, you examined and tested the handle faucets, correct?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Generally to see if there was any type of biological material on a person's hands if they had used the sink to try to wash off.
And in your experience and training, and in examining these scenes, you will often find evidence of biological sample, including blood, on the handles of the sinks, correct?
Yes.
And that's true, isn't it? Especially where someone has tried to clean up a scene where something bad has happened, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, in both bathrooms, on the second floor, on the same floor where that room was that had the hole in the ceiling, you found no evidence of any biological or forensically significant biological sample in either one of these bedrooms, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that based on your training and experience, when you're not just looking at those handles, you also looked at the drains, didn't you?
Yes.
And why'd you look at the drain?
If you were washing your hands, that's where all of the water would go.
And in fact, what happens is, isn't it, that if someone has a biological substance on their hands and they're trying to hide it or get rid of it, and they wash their hands, that biological substance can flow down the drain, but it also can remain in the seams or where the drain connects to the sink, correct?
Yes.
And that is a source, often, based on your experience, that's where you find examples of biological substances that rest between the seams, I'm going to call them, and that's not a good word, but a seams of where a drain fits into the sink wall, right?
Yes.
Because people can try to clean that up. If they want to hide where something happened, they can try to clean that up, but they don't think well, when they try to clean it up, they might not be able to clean up what went in between the seams of the sink drain and the sink, correct?
Yes, I would say that's accurate.
Okay, and that's why you look there, right?
Yes.
Because even though someone might try to clean up, they don't know that that's where the biological substance may rest, correct?
Correct.
And that same thinking, that same process of investigation that you've been trained and you have experience doing it, that was kind of the same thinking you used when you went up and looked at the pulled up floor that someone had pulled up, and you looked at the flooring and the subfloor to see if anything had been deposited there. Someone might not have known could have gotten there, even though they tried to clean the floor, right?
Correct.
And when we talk about the drains and the faucets of those bathrooms upstairs, are you including the drains and the faucets that would be associated with a shower or bathtub that was in those bathrooms?
Yes.
And once again, after all the testing, we found nothing in the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
That was forensically significant, correct?
Yes.
So now I want to ask you, as you move down from the second floor of this home, and you move down the stairway, was there in fact a main stairway that came down from that second area you just told these jurors about?
Yes.
And did you examine the stairway that led down?
Yes.
If you know, Mr. Sheehan, were the stairs that traveled from the second floor down to the first floor, were they wood or covered with carpet or anything you saw?
If I recall correctly, they were hardwood.
Okay. And you examined those stairs to see if there was any evidence of blood?
Yes, visually.
And you saw nothing?
Correct.
And you saw nothing on the walls that bordered those stairs?
Correct.
And you saw nothing on the railings that would border the stairs, correct?
Correct.
So now we've moved from the second floor, the bedroom with the hole in the ceiling, to two bathrooms upstairs, all the way down the stairs, and if we think about that now, so far, you haven't found anything whatsoever forensically in that home for those areas.
Correct.
Is that a good place to stop for today?
It's the best place, yes.
So jurors, I'll send you on your way for the night. I hope you're bundled for today. It's going to be cold. I think it's getting colder tonight. So make sure you're bundled for the morning. So we'll see you back here ready to work at 9. before I leave you, I remind you, jurors, go on any social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds as you evaluate the evidence. Have a good night.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
You may be seated. I'll see you at the side of the bench. Final, anything from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
Final, anything from the defense? Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise, please. All right, lawyer.